Transition.
Yay.
Hello and welcome back to Roll Play, where we roll dice and we play games. Yes, that's us. You've joined us for our weekend campaign, Still Hearts. Hopefully you're subscribed and you're watching this live. Either one, otherwise on YouTube. Just plugging these things at the beginning because viewer attention span, it's right there. It's a grab. We are in the 40th session today. We have 3 players. 1 player is down, unfortunately. But we ended last session on quite a cliffhanger. Well, it was resolved, but there's still questions about what happened. So we're just going to go straight into it with a recap. Take it away, Robbie.
So, last session, the group was kind of gathering themselves after a big fight that happened in the tavern with the 2 mysterious figures. However, we found out that apparently Van's parents made him out to be some sort of weapon against the Soothsaying Nimbus, and the way to protect Hunter would probably be to take away the memories of a kiss, so that was the plan for the day. Before that, however, Thorn tried to gain more information about Siren, just based on past observations, where we got info that he has some uncanny valley bullshit that is similar to the things she saw in the nightmare realm. Something. He's creepy as hell. We also had another realization, which was that the cape thing that Fennel kept seeing looked like a gift, apparently, and reached out this time, touched his hand, and then went back. As you do, normal things. It didn't seem aggressive, however, which was a thumbs up. But we got more information about that from Alistar Widowspeak, I believe, who is a high priest of a church dedicated to the Carthaean Immortal. Remind me, is it like specifically to Kolokov, or is it like all?
No, it's to Ashtar.
Ashtar, got you. I didn't get to write it down. Ashtar. Oh, that was in all caps. It's fine. Where he explained that Fennel might have been to a place called Misled Marion?
Mullion.
Close enough.
You're halfway there.
Mullion, got you. A place between worlds and a land of lost souls. And when he came back, which apparently he was very lucky to be able to come back, he brought something with him, and that happens to be the cape that's been haunting / following him around. During all of that, Thorn, Sienna, and Van had a conversation about the next steps forward where Van revealed the abilities of the orb that Thorn had been carrying. And a small argument, not really, sparked up that kind of created a tour between Thorn's and Van's friendship. Some things were said, but those things were put aside because Korthek had arrived and we had to go and question and interrogate the people from the tavern. Thorn decided to stay back to gather herself a little bit, which apparently ended up being a good idea, because while the party was heading there and was talking to the very, very smug elf, who apparently also knew Ven's parents, who didn't at this fucking point other than Ven, there was another one of their Soothsaying Nimbus members that was apparently, well, we're assuming, tasked with erasing the elf's memory so we couldn't question them any longer, or killing him. What's the difference? Luckily, though, with some very, very lucky rolls, the party managed to stop them from happening, including Thorn being able to kind of stall him before he fully got to the cell that everyone else was in. And yeah, he got absolutely fucking destroyed and annihilated by Korthak. Thanks, Korthak and Antonia, you're real ones. Yes, Thorn did lose 1 hour of her memory, but you know, it's okay. She'll figure it out. That's it.
And that's
We got
pretty
the
much
guy's
where we were.
memories in.
She'll
the
figure
ball
it
now.
out. That's fucking diabolical. Somebody loses their memories. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Hours, fine. It's not like her entire
God.
life.
So, with that recap, pretty much summarizing a lot of what happened last session, there was quite a few reveals. You are now in the kind of aftermath of what just happened. You have killed the creature who was trying to escape and assassinate the person you're interrogating at the time. The action has now kind of died down. The height of combat has ceased. All of you have kind of had a moment to yourselves. If you want to, you can have a short rest. If you want to regain any abilities and such, as you have around 30 minutes or so, just kind of gathering your thoughts, gathering what's happened. In the meantime, Feline has brought Thorn. The two of you have entered. You've seen the mess that's happened. You've seen the kind of like skirmish, the fighting, whatever's gone on in this small interrogation room. And now you're kind of in the aftermath of it all. You've kind of understood, you've been informed, you're still trying to wrap your heads around what's just happened. But you have that orb in your possession, the one which contains the memories, the mind, if you will, of the person you were just interrogating, this high elf. Still in the chair, strapped down, you can see the high elf himself is still there. His eyes are glossy, though. He doesn't seem to have any thought behind his eyes. He is just looking around, just with nothing behind there. Every so often, he's like moving in the chair, trying to lift them up, but he cannot move, and he almost seems to forget and repeats the patterns. Even speech seems to be difficult as he's trying to like talk, but nothing's emerging from his mouth. But you see Korthak has kind of started to assess the situation. More of the guards have entered and have kind of began going through the process of investigating what's happened. As well, outside, you can see that the death of the few guards that were there before are now being kind of taken care of. There is nothing to be revived, there's nothing to heal, they were just instantly killed and nothing left there to remain. Once your head goes, there's not much else you can kind of do. So they are being kind of escorted off, the area cleared. But there's a heavy silence in the kind of top area of the Bahamut Spire. Outside of the barracks, this kind of interrogation room that you find yourselves in, you can see that the gate is closed. The main entranceway is closed. The walls are kind of manned now by people flanking either side and walking around and just observing. You can see some people, some kind of common people who maybe live inside of this sector or have business are standing by the gates, just kind of looking through, trying to see what's happening. You see a few people kind of taking notes as some sort of perhaps journalists or something, just kind of like trying to understand what's going on here. But Korthak is kind of guiding you through this. And where is everyone at the moment? Where does everyone find themselves during all of this?
Good question. We're in that
Yeah.
cell originally.
Yeah.
Were
Yes.
we allowed to leave?
Yes,
or
you were.
are we?
Did we want to leave for attempting something? Because we have the orb with his memories. We could try and put them back in there.
Why would we want to put them back in there? We can just use them to look into them without having to interrogate the guy.
Oh, we can? Cool. Let's do that.
Out of character, Ben wouldn't say it so nonchalantly.
But it is an idea.
Can I
Very good
search
point.
the guy that we just marked?
Yeah, sure. You can roll an investigation check. You'll have advantage because others will be helping.
Okie dokie. 14.
What specifically are you looking for?
If there is any more of the orbs on him or
Money.
any kind of like oh, I got killed, well, time to detonate type of shit.
Okay.
Okay, that would be good.
You see that this individual, this kind of, to put it lightly, cyborg sort of person, they are mainly kind of like undead in nature. They had this jar around their head, which was pumping some sort of greenish liquid throughout. Their body itself seems to be comprised of some metallic elements as well that are embedded and have some mechanic elements that just kind of help move and shift and kind of perhaps give them more strength and more kind of flexibility than they would normally. But investigating the body, you can see that they've come here with one item alone. That is the orb. They came here with one instruction. They had nothing else to bring with them. They didn't need anything else. A lot of their kit is either built into their body or it's kind of like elements of their garb, their armor, their kind of clothing itself. I will say what you can see as kind of loose items that you could pry off of them is a pair of bucklers. Kind of braces along the arms. They seem to be magical in nature, and they seem to just be kind of defensive capabilities to increase AC.
I will take those just in case he doesn't have them if he somehow comes back to life because he is undead.
Sure.
Drink.
Okay, you take those.
Yep.
Just write down that you have unarmored braces.
Out of curiosity,
There is an addition to these braces, but you'll find that out when you attune to them, or equip them, or whatever. Yes,
While
Leonie.
it was... Oh. Go ahead.
you said that the only item he carried were those orbs. Did he have one? The one that we already took
Just
from
the
him, or
one
did he have
singular
two?
orb. Just had the one singular orb.
Another hint that we don't need to talk to the other guy that's already dead. If he doesn't have memories worth removing, we won't get anything. But maybe we'll get something. We can still try it. Can't hurt to try.
While Ven was, checking over this guy, he would occasionally glance to Korthak as he's a little bit nervous. And also quite surprised that he could cast a spell inside this place. But yeah, he's mostly waiting to see his reaction to everything.
Korthak is keeping his cards to his chest. He's, at the moment, very focused on trying to assess the situation, but also ensure that the people outside, those dead, are being taken care of correctly. You can roll an insight check if you want to.
Okay. 17.
Okay.
Nice.
You can see there is an air of frustration to him. A feeling that you can see is not discommon for, not uncommon for people like him. People in a position of power, they look for the best in their people. They want to know that who they have around them is capable enough to take on certain scenarios and situations. He's feeling as if he has failed his people, but also that his people weren't strong enough. Because if this person could just waltz through without an issue, then you can see that's kind of racked in his mind. He's thinking, we should have done better than this. And rightly so, because this corpse that you find on the ground now just walked in here into a protected area without any issue. You also see that he is kind of spotting the party in general, just kind of looking over each one of you every so often, never directly speaking with you, just kind of glancing over to see if you're okay. And you do notice that he is kind of looking at you as well, Ven, just in the way that you thought, in the way that he certainly is thinking something to do with what happened during that fight, but he's not kind of voicing anything. Whether he will at all is yet to be decided.
Ven's not gonna approach him yet.
Okay. So that's Ven at the moment. How about Sienna and Thorn?
Well, I was gonna try and, help the guys that are dead, but if they're dead, they're dead. I'm not helping people whose heads exploded. How's Thorn looking? Did Thorn get injured?
Not at all.
Okay.
She never does.
Good. Except the time she dies. You know,
It's
one or
literally
the other.
only
Either she
one
gets hit never. or
It's
she gets hit all the
literally never in the middle. Never. She's like, oh, she's down to half. No, it's either not hit at all or death. It's
Thorn only
Fennel's,
does things in extremes.
Fennel's a bit hurt.
Okay.
That is her character.
If people are injured, even if you aren't healed from the short rest, Feline and the other priests will begin healing everyone to full. So you can all write down that you are full HP.
Okay.
I was.
I think Thorn is like sort of outside. She's outside of the room. She's kind of next to, or she's basically wherever Feline put her, and she's just trying to rack her brain about like, how did I get here? Why am I here? What just happened? And she's sort of just like frozen, staring at the ground, like not. I mean, she's responsive, but she's just not like.
Even Wrath is thinking the same. Even Wrath is like voicing that he doesn't remember anything. How did we get here? He's also confused. I'd say that Feline, seeing this kind of shell-shocked nature, understanding the brevity of the situation, and kind of a bit more insight on who these people are, will begin to kind of soothe over the troubles you may be having, and just say things along the lines of, your memory was taken from you, but just for a few moments, it seems. Do not fret. You tried your best. You were excellent, but nothing we can do with a surprise like that.
It eases her a bit, but hearing that her memories were taken for a moment, she's pretty upset.
Yeah.
But and also kind of more confused. But yeah, I think she's just sat down at this point.
Sure.
Covered in blood, still wearing Goldana's shirt, by the way. Just absolutely just.
Now you're gonna have to get those bloodstains out of it.
I don't think Goldana wants the bloodstains off. That's
No, she'd prefer them.
That's my big, yeah. That's my concern.
Jesus.
They add character.
God.
They literally
I'm
have
sorry.
character on them, technically.
Oh my god.
I like that. That's awful.
People died. Okay.
They're not real. This is an imaginary
you?
game.
Shut up, Cassie. You'd be the first one to cry if Thorn died.
What's Sienna up to?
I imagine she'd be wanting to talk to Korthak. Just, but she'd also, if Korthak looks like he's busy, she'd also go and talk to Antonia because she's, next in charge. She's trying to figure out what exactly, if there's anything they can do to help, if there's anything they could be doing precisely right now to clear anything up, if there's anything, that they could be doing.
Okay. As the bodies are getting covered up and being wrapped by the priests, a kind of like small tent has been created through magic to obscure anything from outsiders' eyes. You can see Antonia's leaning down to them and just kind of saying a small prayer as the cloths are placed over their bodies. As you approach Sienna and begin to ask the question, you see she looks up to you and she doesn't get overly emotional, but you can see that there is kind of a fire in her eyes. Well, there is not much that we can do now, but there is something that you can do. Find out who did this. You were going to ask them questions. Take as much time as you need to, and find everything that you can.
All right. Yeah, we were going to do that anyway, so I'm sorry for your men.
It is a tragedy. There is not much we can do. Life is this way. Sometimes we can fight, Sometimes we are just there to watch. But you and I, we can make a difference. You can make a difference, Sienna. Find out what you can. Tell me everyone that was involved and I will help you get rid of them. Eliminate every single one. Because people like this should never exist. Moradin may have created people, but these are not people. These are beyond saving.
It does not seem that they want saving. They seem to be fairly convinced of their whole fate is imminent and cannot be changed thing.
Well, change their mind then. Show them that their fate is wrong. And ours is what we wish to command. We will show them that fate is not an equal line. It is messy. And we will look to find the necessary outcome for our people. We don't hide in the shadows. We make sure that the light is seen.
You do pretty great inspirational speeches. You're very good at those. That was good.
Years of practice. I've been listening to Korthak too much.
He's, even in the short time I've known him, he's been a pretty great mentor. I can only imagine the things he's taught you.
He has taught me everything I know. When it comes to the sword, when it comes to faith. But it is people like you, Sienna, that teach me where this is. There is only so much one person can teach.
Sienna's blushing. Oh, well. Right, so, I think Korthak mentioned that you have someone who can cast Speak with Death, or something of the sort, on the one that was dead.
Yes. There was a scroll preparation already made, an item imbued. You will be able to use the item. It was left in the same room as the body was. All that is needed is to use it.
Alright. Right, thanks for it. And she's just gonna awkwardly shuffle away, go collect the rest of the group, unless anyone wants to do anything else in this room.
Wait, was the tent in the room or outside?
It's outside. It's covering the bodies outside.
No, yeah, because they exploded outside. Right. Can Ven walk over to Korthak when he sees that he's like not surrounded by many people, or too
Sure. You just, as this is happening, you kind of approach as he's talking to about 10 guards here. All seem to be of a higher rank than the average star here. Each one of them has almost not each one, but some of them have like a color pattern to their armor, which is representative of the sector that they're kind of probably leading, or at least helping in specifics. You can hear him just say, "All right, men, I will need you to keep an eye and an ear to the ground. If you see any other activity tonight, we're going to ensure that it gets nullified straight away. We have had too much burden this last few weeks. We are going to ensure that the people are safe." I am saddened by the loss that we've had today. And I know that you are too. These are your brothers and sisters as much as they are mine. But we will not mourn. We will mourn when the job is done. Now we act. For this is maybe the first step of many. Stay strong, stay vigilant, and inform me of any changes. And you see they all kind of stand to attention and they begin to leave. Yes, Ben.
Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything. I just wanted to apologize for all of this happening.
Why'd you feel the need to apologize?
I mean, I thought that they were going to send someone, but I didn't think it was going to be so soon. Maybe if we paid more attention, I don't know. Maybe things would have been different.
We cannot control the radical. They will do as they see fit, whenever it may be, when we are at our highest or lowest. You cannot have this on your shoulders. Do not carry this burden with you. I told you that I was your ally, and that still stands. Whatever happens to you happens to us. We stand together in these moments, when all seems hard, a struggle. Life will continue flowing. Don't think that you need to find despair or pity because you could not act better. We may have moments of shadow, but we cannot let them obscure our vision or strangle us into submission.
Of course. Thank you. I'll try my best to find out if there were any more of them in the city. At least with this, and he brings up the little orb. If I manage to figure out how to use it to look into the elves' memories, I'll be able to see what he saw, at least, in the past day.
He's going to lean into you. It is probably best if we keep this information closer to our chest. I would have suggested that I reach out to other allies that could perhaps help you with inciting, investigating, whatever it may be you're doing. But we don't know who these people are allied with. They are not from this world, but they may have people who are. He has a vendetta against all of you, and I know that true. That means that all of you are safe. But outside of this small circle that we find ourselves in, we can never be too sure. But if you do need aid, tell me, and I will do what I can in the fastest method possible. But as far as I see it, this is in your hands. All of your hands.
Thank you, again. And same goes to you if you need help. You've already helped us quite a lot, actually. I feel like we owe you more than the opposite.
I cannot say that to be true. I've seen what you are capable of. I am in a position of power then. It is needed of me to do these extreme tasks. It is my duty. And I do it with passion. But what you are doing, all of you, you have no duty, you have no reason to do these things. But you do them anyway. That's what separates us. I have a job. You do not.
I would say at the beginning my reasons were quite a lot more selfish than yours. I did it for myself, to survive. You did it for the sake of people. You chose this job. But I am changing, I think. I don't want those who I care about to be hurt by these people. And I certainly don't want to be like them.
Then don't allow them to change you.
And I hope
Don't give them the breath. Don't give them the excuse. Don't let them speak. You are strong. These people are stronger. You will have to use your minds.
I do hope that you know that this also wasn't your fault.
As much as I may say this to myself, or Feline tells me, it is my duty, nonetheless. I must carry the burden of this city. I do not wish its people to. But unfortunately, every day they are. With every struggle, with every burden, with every disaster that comes our way, they face it and endure. And I will give up my life for them. I do not wish to see them give up their life for me. That is how I keep going. And with every death, that fuel just keeps burning. Can't ever stop. Won't ever stop. But thank you for your consideration. And I know you're more than capable of things that perhaps you do not see. They're scared of you. They're scared of you, then. There's a reason why. Use it.
Yeah, I was made to specifically go against them, so I suppose there is some benefit to that.
From the amount of years that I've had in this world, I've finally realized that that is all nonsense. People create, things create, with the intention of them being one thing. But the creation brings a mind of its own, has its own wills, has its own choices to make. No matter what you were intended for, it is what you wish to see from yourself, not the expectations of others.
Well, I will try to... Well, it's kind of probably a good thing that I am made to go against him, but I will try not to just be that.
You understand what I'm getting at anyway.
Yes, I am. I'm sure the others will want to ask those questions to the other one.
Of course, and you're more than welcome to enter.
Where would I could get enough privacy to try to figure out how to use this thing? Just so we don't show it off to everyone, per se.
Well, the best place would have been in the actual barracks, but it seems that they're also compromised. There is a place that you could go, which is a sanctuary of sorts inside of the mountain that we stand on. I can ask one of the priests to take you there.
I'm in like a private room, but okay, that works too, I suppose. Do you mind if I just go talk to everyone first?
Of course. Take your time. I'll be arranging things here.
Walks back to Sienna and Thorn and Fennel.
Fennel is in his wheelchair.
God damn it.
He's not escaping it.
Are all of you okay?
Yep.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know how I got here. I don't remember what happened.
What is the last thing you remember?
I was at the circus. And that's it? You guys had left?
Wait,
I
what are
was
you
just waiting.
wearing? What?
Do we really want to be discussing my clothes right now?
Ben just looks away like, what? Okay.
For now, just like raises
Focus.
eyebrows. Woo.
Hey, focus on the task at hand. I don't have memories.
Okay, but good news. We didn't leave too long ago, so you're not missing a lot.
I
Maybe an
mean,
hour
I
or so?
have my other memories, but I just don't remember how I got here.
Could have been a side effect of fighting with that guy.
Like, if that's something they can do.
They can put memories in an orb.
Is
sure
Ven
no,
still
just-
holding the orb?
It's in his bag. He wouldn't
Okay.
be like fucking waving it
Well,
around.
no, yeah, I was
Hi
asking.
guys!
Yeah, in this
Oh,
ball, they can
that
put
I
memories in
memorized.
this ball. This one.
Just doing that,
You
like.
said you don't have memories.
Have you ever seen that magician that has like an orb in their hand and they like make it look like it's just hovering in place?
Yeah.
Just do the
yeah.
whole.
The magic orb, of course.
Yes. Maybe it's a
an
magic 8-ball. Yeah, there we are.
Same thought.
Someone ask a
Yep.
question. Someone ask a question.
No, yeah, seriously, shake it like, okay, what happened December this? And
Like a
then
fucking snow
Fucking-
globe.
Gives you a middle finger. You killed me, you fucks.
Oh boy, okay.
I don't think he likes
William?
us. True,
The
he's
other
still
side does.
alive.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yep. Yeah, that orb. I don't think it. I don't know. Do you still have it?
I do. But we shouldn't be talking much about it here. Of course, I said to keep it hush hush for now. I will try my best
we're
to.
going to be in a cell with only a dead person next to us. We could try and do that.
I would rather not do it in any of their presence. Korthak said there is a place somewhere in the mountain where we will get no prying eyes.
Perfect.
I still don't want to be a part of this interrogation. Especially after now, because my mind's not together, and I think I'll get in a very bad place.
Okay, why don't you? And Sienna's like looking around. Who can keep what? Who can babysit?
Chaperone my child.
Who can baby? Is Feline doing something that looks?
Well,
very
I was gonna have Thorn do something with Feline.
Okay.
But we can discuss this and then. Yeah.
Alright. Then, Sienna, do you want to go interrogate the dead one while I go figure this out, or do you want to do it together?
I think I can do it alone. Sienna's clearly torn between staying with Thorn and going to do her job, but she's going to do her job.
If you want.
Yep.
Fennel can go with you as well.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be such a great. Yes, that's an excellent idea.
He just smiles
What's
to you.
that supposed to mean?
Well, he
Yeah,
is.
He is an excellent question asker, just so you know.
The one session where Sienna and Fennell were supposed to interact, and Frey isn't here.
So now just
one
says,
day.
Tiana, you can push my cart for me.
Okay.
Your fucking
Yes.
face.
I can definitely do that. That was not a that was
Pure-
an out of character face. That was not an in character face.
No, but it was so
Yeah,
funny.
Okay. Sure. So yeah, Fennell and Sienna are going to go interrogate the guy, I guess.
Okay. So you go to the barracks. Go into the barracks. You can see that the place is swarming with stars, but they give you access. Just push through. At some points, it's not really wheelchair friendly, so you see some stars like reach down and like help lift the wheelchair over.
Fuck's sake. Right.
Thank you.
Over some of the
As
steps.
in, it's only for able-bodied people, I guess.
Wow.
Well, there is a fucking huge mountain that you need to climb up. So yeah, I guess
Wait.
it isn't.
Where are they holding the other guy?
It was in the barracks. It's in the barracks. It's not just one cell.
Yeah.
That's why the guy, the assassin, was going between the walls because he's in the cell next door. Just Sienna and Fennell, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. Where's everyone else going? What's
I'm
everyone else
going to
doing?
the place they Korthak wanted me to go to.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm probably gonna stick around with Feline.
Sure. Okay. Then we'll stick with Sienna for now then. Sienna, you are guided to the barracks to the right of where you were kind of in before. You can see the cell door is closed. They open it for you. You enter and you can find that there is this kind of now torn open like a shell of this monstrous creation that was attacking you last time in the tavern, in the inn. It is inert, it is not moving, and you can see that there is an item left on the table. It is a bracelet. Once you equip the bracelet, you can cast the spell Speak with Dead. You have 5 questions to ask it, and then the spell ends.
Okay. Has Sienna ever used this spell before? Has she used it in previous interrogations, maybe, or has she never had any experience with it?
I'd say she's probably had use of items that have spells in them before, so she kind of understands the idea of like activating something. Sometimes it's a keyword, sometimes it's just kind of either something on the item itself, like a switch, or it is just a movement. You would understand that wearing this bracelet, it's just a kind of flick of your wrist, and then you see the energy begin to coalesce, and then you can cast a spell in your hand. So for you, it's fairly easy to understand. Most items that have magical property that don't need attunement, they are quite easy to use straight away. So yeah,
Okay.
you would know.
And the spell specifically, Speak with Dead, does she know, for example, if the answers are reliable, or is it still the person she would be talking to, or is it just remnants of the does she have any idea if the answers she's going to get are reliable?
Sure. She can roll an Arcana check or History check.
I'm sure she's great at both of those. Oh, she is, absolutely. That's a +1 or a +1. Excellent.
You have advantage because of Fennell.
Oh, thank God!
Oh,
I said it just before the roll as well. No, it's different.
19!
You would know that the answers are 100% dedicated to the question. Depending on how you phrase your question, the answer will come through either vague or very accurate. They do not have a personality, if you will. There's no biases that they may have. You are talking to the pure essence that is their kind of knowledge and what they know. So yeah.
Okay. Cool. priority do I ask these in? I guess I'm just gonna go by the order I wrote them down in. So yeah, Sienna's going to use the item.
Mm. You flick your wrist and you see this, rather than like a dark black energy that you'd be accustomed to when it comes to manipulating the dead, it's almost like faint grey lines of light that have this almost divine thread to them. They almost whip out from your fingertips and begin to enter elements of the body, causing like the arms to shift slightly, the mouth to begin to move and action, as you almost feel a pulsating in your hand, as if you are creating this heartbeat for it to live momentarily. It is almost playing God in the sense that you are actively forcing something to breathe, and you can feel the pulsing between your fingers and everything else. The spell is active. You see the kind of skeletal humanoid face begin to breathe in. They seem to be feminine, although a lot of the skin and kind of elements of their personality have dissipated. But yes, what would you like to ask?
She's looking at this creature with like a mixture of professionalism and pity, because she's like, well, she's interrupting something almost. She's interrupting something natural, but on the other hand, she's used to amalgam, so she's sort of like, it's an interesting mix of emotions for her, using the spell and essentially forcing someone into a state of undead for a time being. But her professional side wins out, so she's just going to start asking the questions. Who is the leader of the soothsaying Nimbus? Who controls you?
You hear the voice begin to come through, like it's almost like inflating a bag with air and then pushing down to cause the vibrations into the air to manipulate and create sound. The response comes through. Exultant May Reyes. They are the leader of the soothsaying Nimbus. They are the one that tasked me with coming here. It's one of 5 questions.
Could you repeat the name, please?
I'm going to write it down for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
I did also write it down. Let's see how wrong
It's
I got.
definitely not how you think it's spelled.
Of course it's not, but it's just
Let's see.
What? There was a C?
I thought it was like a 2 name. Okay, got it. No, it's just 1 name. Thank you, Max.
Okay,
Thank you, Max.
Would you like
I'll
your
shut
second
up
question
now.
to be how you spell this?
No, because luckily Sienna just has to repeat it verbally.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
This is very
That's not
jolly
one of the
music.
questions I wrote down, but now I do want to know.
Yeah, seriously, we're interrogating a corpse. This is not the right music.
Yeah, I'll change that.
Does your leader, to your knowledge, have a personal investment in our case?
Of course they do. Everyone at the Soothsaying Nimbus has an investment in what you have in your possession. You contain the child. We need said child. It is in all of our interests as well as yours.
Is there more members of your organization in Trustfilla at the moment?
None of us exist in the material plane. You would hunt us down if we were. We are secluded beyond. In the in-between, you could say.
Is there a way to permanently stop you from entering the material plane?
We go where we please. No matter where or when.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And does your organization have any idea when, at what point, the catastrophe that you'll prophesize is going to happen?
On your timeline, it will be in the coming years. It is a date that is in flux, but it is inevitable. Some say between 10 or 15 years from now. Enough time for you and your children to see what will happen.
Alright.
And that's all 5.
Yep, that's 5. Okay.
The strings fly back to your fingers, the body kind of lands back down, and yeah, the spell finishes. You see that the bracelet itself goes inert, as it only has a once per day use for it, but it's still in your possession.
I'm not stealing government property.
Hello, if you want to.
Do it.
Now,
They know I'm in here too. They know
now,
exactly who went in here and used it.
Why not?
Fanel will just look over.
It's government property.
Exactly.
That's a pretty good toy. Maybe we should keep that.
No,
Might come in handy.
we can ask them if we can take it, but I'm not just going to take it without their permission.
But is it not better
And
to
you
say sorry
aren't
afterwards
either.
instead of asking for permission?
No, it is never.
Okay. You and your traditions. I will never understand.
This cannot be a land thing. You cannot tell me that taking before asking is a thing you regularly do on the water.
He shrugs.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to assume you're joking. But I guess we can ask if we can keep it, I guess. I don't know he was a thief.
No.
I don't know that.
Hey, I know. I'll shush.
Okay. Anything else you want to do, Leonie?
I want to ask if I can keep the bracelet.
Yay.
Okay. You ask
With
one
the energy of a mother whose child asks if she can keep the fork at a restaurant.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know?
It's like one of those electric forks that spins for spaghetti. You see one of the priests, they kind of look at you, you want to... yeah, sure, you can keep it. We've got so many others. We don't tend to ask questions to dead people anyway.
Well, sometimes there's knowledge to be found in the dead.
Okay.
Okay. Right, sorry for disturbing you. Moving on. Okay, I have a bracelet. I'll speak with dead. Cool. Once per day, you said?
Once per day.
Okay. Nice.
All right. Thorn, you wanted to find Feline. She's available.
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, she's just gonna be my chaperone. I'm gonna have to follow her around everywhere. But what's she doing? What's she doing?
She's just kind of arranging some funeral rites at the moment. She's kind of discussing with other people. You can see they're kind of like discussing what happens next. She's identifying the bodies. She's seeing them personally. She knows the people who walk around this top layer and who's stationed here. So she's kind of getting a list of their families to try and inform them of what's happened. And you can see several payments are being kind of spoken about for the families to endure the pain and suffering that's happened.
I'm gonna wait till she's done because I don't want to interrupt that. Because that seems really rude, and I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm,
People are grieving.
When she is finished, she will turn attention to you. And how are you feeling, Thorn? Better than before?
Yeah, I'm still a bit frazzled about everything that happened. I still don't know how I got here, and I hate that I don't know. But
She holds your hand, and she'll just kind of clutch it tightly. You came here in the perfect timing. You were the one that told us that this attack was going to happen. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened, but we would have lost whatever it was we were fighting for. It was your cunning and your eye that you stopped that from happening. It is just a shame that you do not remember it.
oh, it's sort of like blinking a lot, like taking in this information. Like, I helped. She nods and she's like, "Oh, okay. I didn't know that." Um, Man, I really.
But you did an excellent job.
Now.
Don't feel like because you can't remember anything that it was bad. What you did was good. Be proud of it. Although you cannot remember, just look around you. Look around at your friends.
Her like the funeral rites and stuff.
She
and the
stands in the
bodies.
way. She stands in the way of that. She turns you around. Look around you.
Mm-hmm. Look away.
Your friends are alive because of you. They wouldn't have been aware that something was happening. They would have been caught by surprise, and the creature that attempted this assassination would have been stronger if it wasn't for your intervention. You alerted me, you alerted the guards. We surrounded him, but he was fast. He was quick and he was deadly, but we did enough of a dent to cause his downfall. Be proud of that.
She kind of she tears up a little bit hearing that she saved her friends, and she quickly like wipes it away and coughs like, yeah.
She
That's
will hug
great.
you. She pulls you in for a hug and she says, "It's all right to cry. I'm crying." It's fine. You don't have to hold it in. You can be emotional.
I'm okay. I just hearing that.
Well, if you say so.
I actually have a request of you, if you have the
Of
time.
course.
You're able to look into people, correct? Like, observe them from afar.
I am quite insightful by nature, yes. I can also find people who are far away.
Yeah, that. I wanted to try and find someone that I haven't seen in a while. I was hoping that you might be able to help.
Of course. Well, I've finished here. I will need to go slightly later on to meet with the families of the deceased, but I can... Would you like to join me in my room, and we can look to finding your friend, or this loved one of yours?
Yeah, yes, please.
I cannot guarantee that it will be a perfect success. There are a lot of limitations that my sight can see, but we will try.
Thank you.
And she'll escort you towards her. The same room where Ven was last time, when they were scrying. She brings you into a small room inside of the main temple to Bahamut. It's cozy, it's small, it's quaint. There's a large dragon that kind of appears out from the wall, platinum in color. You see there is a seating area in front, pillowed and comfortable enough, candles lit on all surroundings, and you can see a crystal orb in the center. She sits down alongside you, and her hands begin to place themselves on the orb. The orb then almost turns into liquid as a pool of water is now in the center of the room. Who is it you're looking for?
A woman named Rose. Rose Rhymewood from Dunhaven.
She'll place her fingers into the water and begin to kind of swish them back and forth. Her eyes kind of lose a bit of color and instead have a slight white shine to them. Do you have anything of note? A belonging or anything of theirs?
I mean, she has long pink hair like mine, brown eyes. There's these 2 swords, I remember, that look like scissors that she might have with her. That's all I can remember.
Okay. That should be enough. If you could please place your hand in the waters as well. And just follow the same pattern that I'm doing. 2 of you begin to swish the water back and forth in this very kind of mirrored look as the 2 of you are trying to focus in the water. As you look in and focus, you see that the water itself almost becomes slightly steamy in areas. The water doesn't grow hot, though. It is still kind of the same room temperature that it was before, but the mist begins to almost appear on the very top layer of the water. And almost like a mirage, you're seeing this color begin to poke through, shapes begin to form beyond the mist and in the water itself. As you focus and stare into it, you see long pink hair past the shoulders at about waist height, roughly. You see a woman working, sweeping the floor, the lower level of some large but comfortable building that is filled with trinkets, knickknacks. The walls are just decorated with collections of people who have come in and out. Thorn, you see her. She doesn't look a day old from when you last saw her. It is almost the same still image that has been embedded into your mind of what she looks like. Her smile, her confidence, the way that she walks. And as she's sweeping the ground of this kind of wooden area, the front entranceway of her place of work, the home that she lives in, you see there is a slight, almost 2-step, as though she is dancing with the broom, back and forth, just sweeping away, and just kind of enjoying the moment as she's going by. Can you roll a perception check?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see the home is well lived in, to the point where it seems that perhaps she isn't the only one living here. There's more people living in this home. You see towards the door entranceway, there is a storage unit with several shoes in them of different sizes. You see some for younger kids, some for adults, male, and some feminine as well. As well, you can see there is a ring on her finger that is of a almost rose gold color. She seems to be happy. She seems to be content. And she seems to be almost enjoying a life of perfection. As she's sweeping by, the vision that you're seeing is only kind of surrounded in her bubble, so you're only seeing what she's kind of going around. And as she's sweeping around and dancing along to herself, you see there are portraits that are drawn out. You see a small little family that's depicted in a painting on the wall, where there are two younger girls, one young boy, and herself as well as an older gentleman. A family of 5. You do not see or recognize anyone else outside of her in the picture. She sweeps and sweeps. And for a moment she walks past the painting and stops. And then she kind of takes a step back and looks at the painting. Can you roll an insight check?
Mm-hmm.
You can have advantage because of your high perception. Never mind. You rolled a nat 20. You son of a gun. With a nat 20, you see straight away that she hasn't moved on. She has a new family, but she's not moved on because she wanted to. She's moved on because she's forgotten her memory of the life that she had before with her young daughter alone in this town has almost subsided completely. There's no element around this room that would suggest that she ever had a younger daughter outside of these 10 to 7-year-olds depicted on the wall. It's almost as if you didn't exist. But you can see for a moment that kind of like mask that she has on, where she smiles and looks at the painting, kind of fades for a second. Like it blinks for a moment. And you see she kind of reminisces a little bit. And she reaches up towards the painting that looks to be almost quizzical, mourning, appreciative. And instead grabs the bottom of the frame and lifts it up, and there's a smaller one underneath. And you see a younger girl, small, rosy hair, rosy cheeks, a younger mum. The two of them just smiling at the counter of this bakery. And she looks at it for a moment. And you see she begins to mutter the name. And she can't say it. She places the frame back, and her eyes kind of glaze over for a second, and then she kind of comes back to and rubs the side of the painting, which hides the one of you and your mother. She didn't choose to forget. If she knew you existed, she would have been looking for you. Something has taken that will from her. And you have suspicions of who it could have been. As for the swords, They are not present. They are not on the walls. They are not in this room.
I think Thorn looks. She's crying, obviously, but she's fluctuating between frustrated and just yearning. She's going back and forth. And she just looks away. Can't look anymore.
You see that Feline has a tear going down the side of her face as well as she's watching this, understanding with her kind of insightful eye, she can understand the situation that's going on, and she's seeing the same thing you are. She doesn't say anything, because there's nothing to say to comfort a scenario like this. The spell keeps going. You still see your mother smiling and dancing and sweeping the room. She just sits there with you in silence as you have some more time to see her.
Thorn she just tries to look away as much as she can. Can't stand to look anymore.
Okay. The spell will eventually end. But yeah, whilst that's happening, we go over to Vem.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Cassie, why don't
Shit.
you write this? Cassie, why? Cassie, what? Cassie, stop!
No.
You're saying that
No.
like it will change anything. You know who you're talking to. The
I know.
anger.
Yeah, you know who I am. I'm not gonna stop,
I know.
bro.
We go to Van now. Van, is there anyone you're looking for in particular, or are you just going to go for anyone that...
Assuming Korthak. He doesn't know who the fuck to talk to. He's like, oh, Korthak, help.
Sure. You see Korthak just looks over. Yes, you're looking to go to the sanctuary, right?
Yes.
It is a little trek. Could I leave you in the hands of Ortavo Skies? Is that better?
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Just remembering we left the cake.
You kind of wait there for a second as Ortavo is present. He's here, but because of everything that's been going on, he's not kind of like made himself present or physically kind of in your face, as well as other priests are here and priestesses that have been notified of this endeavor. It looks like an emergency council meeting is going to be taking place shortly.
And they just had one.
They did just have one before an attack took place. So, and Korthak wasn't happy then, and he's definitely not going to be happy now.
They're about to get drilled by their manager is what's about to happen.
Yep, you can guarantee it. This is a definitely I told you so moment going to be taking place for him.
Good on him. Give this man a raise.
Ortavo will just kind of join you. I know where it is. I've been there many times before. It is the closest place to divinity that you can be, and thus it is perhaps the most protected here. It is a sanctuary for a reason.
Okay.
Do not worry, it is fine. Even for those who do not believe in the gods or follow them, it is still a place that is fortified by several runes and the sword. Some that I have placed myself.
Divinity of the Pantheon, correct? It's no any other divinity, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good.
Why do you ask?
Just making sure, you never know. Outside forces.
Okay. Well, it is just down this way, and he'll guide you to the exterior of this central fortification that's at the top, and instead will lead you to the back end, where there is this kind of crevice with staircase leading down. From the outset, it seems quite off-putting, dangerous even, as it's low lit. There's not many carvings or any sort of signs or notes of its kind of importance. It's mainly a staple of this mountainous rock. He begins to guide you down, his larger frame still being able to walk into this cavern, this hole in the back. And he'll just kind of walk down.
The closer they get to the place, the more uneasy Ven gets. Not particularly because of the place they're going to, more like because of the thing he has to do.
Sure, yeah.
Because the guy's wondering.
He will, whilst kind of going down in this way, I have been speaking with Zeftal, and I have an audience. We can go whenever you are feeling capable of doing so.
Sure. Probably soon.
That works for me.
Thank
and do
you
not
again.
worry if you do not have a cake ready. It is very short notice.
We do. I just hope they covered it.
You got a cake?
Oh, yes. I hope it's big enough. It's around... Shows kind of how tall it is.
Oh. Okay.
Quite a few people helped, so...
Well, that is... I look forward to eating it. And showing my wife, of course. Thank you for putting in the effort. You didn't have to.
Well, it's really no problem. It's my favorite to make anyways. Well, second favorite.
He'll just acknowledge and just seems quite impressed. Then, we shall go this afternoon, evening. You come to me and tell me. I'm happy to bring your friends as well.
Oh, that would be great, actually.
There are celebrations that are taking place at the moment. Could be a nice escapism from the city if there is quite a bit of danger going on.
Yeah.
There is very little of that in Zeftal.
We've tried going to 2 different places at this point to find some peace, and somehow we still end up finding the trouble, so hopefully it's different in Zeftal.
Sometimes you cannot avoid trouble, but you will try your best.
We sure are. Just looks very, physically, emotionally drained at this point.
Yes.
He's very... Yay! I love getting into fights with insane people every other day. But yeah, he's mostly nodding along to what Urtawa is saying. Not trying to be rude, but he's a bit in his own thoughts. Thinking of ways to crack open that, not literally, but yeah, how to use the orb.
I heard that this organization has caused trouble in the city quite a lot. Is saying them was?
Yes.
You do not have to say anything to me, of course. I understand that it is a sensitive moment in time. But I had seen this person. I had noticed that their lack of arcana was disturbing. I've run into one before, of similar degree.
Oh. Do you mind sharing who?
This is quite a while back, and as well, this person was... They were different beforehand. They were a professor, a doctor. They've studied the ideas and minds of creatures, and they tried to change them, manipulate them, but also through creations. They had made several technical marvels at the institute where I was studying. His name was Alexander Thinault, quite a dangerous individual. But before I had seen him the second time, he was just like us. He had abilities, he had arcana, he had an aura to him that was potent, but not unusual. The second time where I would see him, he was almost completely void of all of that. He had no arcana. He had no elements of himself. He was changed. He was a different man. He had mentioned something about trying to enter the in-between, to find a way to harness a place beyond. He had spent some time at the city of Zeftal as a prisoner. His attempts involved reaching out to other worlds, to places that were unreachable by normal means. This had meant that himself had become tainted and changed. But he told me that he'd seen it before. He'd been there before with the soothsaying Nimbus before he left, before he ran away. He had mentioned a place called the... what was it called? A realm between realms. Something.
For reference, Fennel did not tell Van about the Mistland anyway. So he doesn't know.
I cannot remember what it was, but yes.
I'm sure someone will know. Thank you for the information.
No, it is important to share. I am a big supporter of informing allies of necessary information. Corellon teaches us to give back, to interpret the magical arts, and to instill wisdom and knowledge into those who need it. Magic is all around us. Everything is alive with it. This entity, the soothsaying Nimbus, they are not a part of this life. They are something else completely. And they hide and they mask themselves. Even their own do not believe forthright in their plan. Alexander Thinault did not. That is why he left.
I heard there are consequences for those who try to leave.
Yes. I am under the interpretation that the people he was with stopped that from happening. If you can find yourself surrounded by powerful allies, then it is too dangerous for the soothsaying Nimbus to find you. And he had woven himself with orcas, a devil of the nine hells, a king of an entire plane of existence, not one to strike an anger towards.
So he traded one evil for another.
One that would sympathize with his goal, perhaps.
Perhaps. Then, was he not have you not been able to locate him since?
He has died long since.
Ah.
He had escaped the city of Zertal during an attack, but he was hunted down. Justifiably.
I can see that.
But that is not to say that there are not others out there hiding. I'm sure if you were to ask the right questions to the right people, you might be able to find them.
Well, I currently have my sight sets on only one.
That is something at least.
Did I ask him before about Kamara and Kanoris?
Can't remember.
I'll ask again. Speaking of the soothsaying nimbus, do you know anything about Kamara?
Kamara. Kamara is one of the wheels of fate. There are the gods, such as Moradin Sahanin. There are the Korthain immortals. And there are something else out there. Whereas the gods that we understand create what we feel, what we are, the fates, they are how everything came about. They are the origin of it all. Kamara guides fate, whether you believe in destiny or not. She is said to help those find a path more suitable for them, pulling them by strings. Kronorus, they are the one that created time. There is no time without Kronorus. If without him, everything would overlap, and we would not understand when everything is happening. These fates are what maintain life, a life that we don't appreciate because it is not quite at the forefront of our lives.
Not tangible, you could say.
We are distracted by other things.
Do you really think she's guiding them then?
No one truly understands the fates. Not even their own practitioners. They are more amorphous. Whereas gods can speak to you, can impact your life directly. These other beings of creation are almost a sub-factor. They are a cause and effect rather than a direct implication into your life. They will never intervene directly. Why would they focus on one when they have so many to control, to guide, to help? Their time is invaluable, and well,
I see.
they're not alone. There are others, of course. Are you familiar with the Wheels of Fate?
I'm not very religious.
There is Kamara and Chronorus, as you mentioned. There is also Hevadia. They are known as the Warden, space. They are the everything that surrounds us. There is Suvanthum, that is the matter that exists in our world. The rock, the small gatherings of shapes and creation. And there is Silova, who is the mind and emotion, the aspects that we cannot perceive directly, but we can feel, the sentiment that lies and is stronger in the Fey realm. They are the aspects of fate, the wheels. They are and have always been. Where the gods, our pantheon, the Corthaina Mortos, they have not always been. They come and go, just like the rest of us.
See. I will keep that in mind. I just have one last question. You said you could see the lack of arcane or the voidness of that person. What do you see when you look at me then?
I see what I would describe as potential. There is this momentum inside of you that is constantly spinning, like a point of energy that is, this may sound strange, negative, one that does not have a comprehension to it. It is almost like light cannot pass through, yet you wield a light around it. I would say it is not too dissimilar to these soothsaying nimbus. But there is something different, for sure.
Thank you. At least it's not completely the same. Anyways, we should probably hurry up. I don't want to keep the others waiting.
As you continue to walk down, as you were talking as well, you eventually find your way at the bottom of this cave entrance. It is a large open space that you can see very faint runes embedded into the walls, the ceilings, the ground itself, all kind of interconnected, and all has this almost sleek, singular piece of writing to it that just continues and continues and never breaks up. It seems to be one single line that just continues throughout everything. It's faint to the point that it's not noticeable. It's not like heavy grooves, but it's there. It's like a scratch that's just continued to go all over. At the far back of this cave system, you see there is a mural that is depicted. You see what looks like a tall, armored angel of a warrior standing with pride in front of what looks like a almost divine looking space behind it. This is almost like a protector standing at the forefront of Elzora, where you see the mountain depicted behind with almost this halo around the top, clouds undulating behind, but it's in a still almost 3D perspective of a stone mural. Not painted, just of the same rock as everything else, but it is huge in nature. It is about, from bottom to top, 60 feet, and from across, it's probably depicting maybe 150 feet from tip to tip. It is large. If you want, you can roll a religion check.
Sure. Yeah.
No chance.
The
You
fuck
see,
is this?
yeah, you see, Ortavo will kind of leave you here for a moment. Would you like me to stay longer, or would you like some privacy for yourself?
I think I would prefer some privacy, if that's alright.
He nods and gives a half bow, of course. Then message me when you are ready to leave. And he heads back up. The giant just kind of just leaving you behind.
Jesus. Terrifying. Imagine if he like sped down the stairs. I'd shit myself.
Imagine if he fell down. You just hear
Oh
the fucking
shit, bro.
metallic clang. Tung, tung, tung. This-
You just hear the fucking da 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 da.
10 minutes of silence, occasionally broken by a metal rod pipe.
Yeah.
Ben's gonna pull out the orb.
Yes. The shadows will surround you. You have, at the moment, we'll say Melody is there alongside you. The runes don't seem to have any effect. They don't glow when Melody appears.
Yay! We're not gonna burn as soon as we step into this room. Okay. He's gonna look at the orbs and at Melody. Should I just give this a go, or have you found any information when you were looking into Kiss memories?
To look into the memories, it might be a little difficult. We can give it a shot. Depends what you're looking for. If you can think of specifics, then it might help. Otherwise, we may need to build a contraption for long-term analyzing and perhaps discussions. I have ideas with a kiss, but for the other, it is up to you.
Perhaps. Well, I don't know if he has memory of this, but what happened while my parents were being chased by them? What happened
We can
to
certainly
me?
try it. If it gets too much, would you like me to try and pull you out?
If I give you a sign, then yes.
Then let's do it. Just place your hands on the side of the orb and stare intently at what you wish to perceive. Imagine you are being the one picturing these memories. Think of what you want to see. Think of the surroundings and picture it.
He's going
Focus.
to stare into the orb, try his best to focus, maybe even have some of his magic seep in. Remembering the kind of golden pillars.
All right. I'd like you to roll a charisma check.
Okie dokie. 13.
Okay. You focus on the orb and you picture the golden pillars of the soothsaying nimbus. You look into the orb, and as you're focusing on it, you instead feel the as you now have those memories and you are living it as if you are there in person. You are living this almost POV, this point of view of this high elf. You see him ushering commands, you see him shouting to the people around him. The floor is completely filled with students walking in and out with robes and books in hand. Some of them stop and kind of are looking and watching this kind of gathering now of several armored individuals. You see he is at the forefront, standing and guiding others to join him. You three hunters, with me, as he's just kind of like gesturing to them. He looks over around, Vanquisher, and pulls them in as well. You see he's gathered about a small army of about 10 of his units, which you would know already one of them is strong enough. 10 is like a small army. Think of them as like highly trained, almost SAS soldiers going into war. They all stand at the main entrance to the Soothsaying Nimbus as he kind of looks around. Remember, these are not your friends anymore. They have escaped with information that we need to protect for our exultant. We will be there, we will find them, and we will gather any information we can. Do not let them out of your sight. We are vanquishers and hunters for a reason. Find them, track them down, and bring them back here for questioning. And you see they all kind of like nod in agreement. If you could roll a perception check whilst you're looking through his eyes.
Sure thing, boss. 14.
14. All of them are wearing armor. All of them seem to be kind of well suited and prepared for fighting. Some of them have looser armor on them, but they seem to be more agile in nature. But none of them have the sort of elements that you had seen before. The undead nature, the mechanic nature, all of these kind of like amalgamation of what they have become, you do not see here. You see they're all just like humanoids for the most part. They're all just no damage to them, pristine in nature, and you see they all kind of take a breath in and they begin to run through the doorway. They all run through the door, and now you're seeing the POV of the High Elf running alongside them. As they run into this courtyard, you're seeing this beautiful, large garden that is impressive in nature. But beyond that, there is almost this gated net of a wall that surrounds this kind of floating, almost amorphous building behind you. You can see what looks like a miasma of colors, like looking through an oil slick where you're seeing the blues, whites, and purples all mix into one, like milk has then been added and stretching those out with a pearlescent shine. It is a strange, almost bubble and field that surrounds you, but he does not even notice or pay much attention to it, as it seems to be a normal thing for the surroundings. In front, the gate, a large metallic gate that presents itself, opens up, and you see it on the other side. There is this dark shadow that shifts and moves, almost like a curtain's been drawn, and a light of dark shadow begins to emerge. Each one of these people run through as fast as they can, and the High Elf is the last one to enter, lands on the ground. I'd like you to roll another charisma check.
May I re-roll that with my magical guidance?
Sure you can.
Yeah, okay. I did.
Okay. By the way, the DC is progressively getting higher for you to maintain this kind of view that you have.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you enter, it is like you are flying now. You are falling with style, as every one of these vanquishers, hunters, are now descending downwards in a rapid speed. You have emerged in open air, and for a moment you see the High Elf look back, and you see what looks like this mirage of light kind of flicking in and out, like a cloud of steam is surrounding the very edges, and as though reality is almost torn at the edges and pulled this floating academy through this space of dark Shadowfell presence. It is almost a juxtaposition in color, as everything is a gray, muted black and white with a blue sun that shines but gives off no color. You see this pristine golden kind of building that just stands prominently in the sky and is just there. You are descending down into this bramble of a forest. If you could roll a perception check, please.
18.
You see that this forest is just totally expansive. There is just a moment where it seems to just continue indefinitely in front of your eyes. There is a mist that gathers, a fog that rolls in, but for the most part, it is just a forest that continues and continues. You see a large mountain on one end that kind of comes out to a peak and almost bends downwards into itself, as well as what looks like a pillar of rock that is slightly jagged in nature, but it has several almost holes indented into the side. These two almost points of interest kind of stay in your mind as you see this forest of just knotted, twisted, brambled forest below. Each one of these mages, hunters, they just swoop down below, some landing in the ground, some continue to fly overhead. The high elf is one to land on the ground. You see the bow comes out, he looks around. Divide yourselves into groups and we will continue into the forest. They cannot be far. You see one of them kind of begins to lead the charge into the forest. But you can see the trees begin to almost block the path. They kind of like stop in between and they begin to hack and cut through the forest as much as they can, just breaking through, burning elements of it. But you see, as soon as their weapons hit the side, as soon as their magic is cast, the trees have no effect against it. You see that a sword slashes in, pulls out, and is still there, standing. They kind of look slightly perturbed. There is a feeling that this has never happened for them before. Their powers are almost unusable here. And they begin to almost find paths that are open for them to travel through. Some begin to find nooks and crannies and just crawl their way in. As they pull themselves through this space, the darkness is almost fully encompassing, and it's hard to perceive anything. It is almost like seeing a World War II film where they're crawling through the trenches, cuts, bruises, and then there are flashes of light. Just in the distance, there is a groan and a sigh as the high elf is unaware of what's going on in front of him. You just hear screams, cries of people just shouting out in terror as continues to just crawl through as much as he can with gritted teeth. Roll another perception check, please.
Okie dokie. 16.
Through the brambles of the forest, you can see elements of people moving back and forth. On one side, you see what looks like a tiefling figure. Tall, dark skin, almost onyx skin to them, as they are currently fighting one of these mages that had arrived with the high elf. And you watch as he grabs the side of their face, pushes them into a tree, and you watch as it begins to wither and pull any aspects of life from it into their claw. And then you watch as it swings around with its other claw, which turns into this huge draconic arm and just bisects them in half. As you see what looks like Hunter, or a Kiss, as you now know him as, just tear this Hunter apart. He then kind of pulls away quickly and begins to dart further into the forest as he is just kind of like crawling through still. Eventually, the high elf gets up and begins to rush in as the forest is kind of cleared. There is a path that he begins to follow, which is almost hollowed out and has created this like tunnel, if you will, that is almost completely covered from the top, the sides, but it is just a straight line. He just kind of, yeah.
Can I sense how scared / frustrated or like unnerved he is? Like how serious does the situation seem to him?
Roll a insight check.
Okie dokie. 24.
He is certainly afraid. There is a sense of afraid. This is the first time that he's not been able to do anything to anyone or any sort of item before, and he's having to rough it out to get the job done. And now he's seen something that is completely impossible, where this forest was almost fighting against him to get through, and anyone else, it is seemingly open and allowing freedom of movement. He has this moment of dread in him as he's looking ahead. He's accompanied with another one of these vanquishers, and you see the two of them are just kind of like nodding and readying and just kind of beginning to rush down as the rest of them have kind of like gone elsewhere. And there's only these two in now. They continue to run through. It is a long corridor, and they are just running with weapons at hand. I'd like you to roll another charisma check.
20.
Okay, that is the DC.
Holy moly.
You continue to perceive through these eyes, and as you're rushing up, you see that it's almost never ending, as though this hall, this tunnel, is just continuing almost indefinitely. You see he grabs the side of the vanquisher to his right, closes eyes, and you feel as though the room itself pulls, and he teleports to the very end of this kind of tunnel of brambles that is made in front of him. As he arrives there alongside his vanquisher, you see he turns and looks, and there's almost a juxtaposition. There is an open space in the center that is completely covered by a canopy, but has people and trees there, but its focus is almost turned directly behind him to two individuals. You see a kiss, the half dragonborn, half tiefling individual, and you see Frederick, the humanoid human male mage. You see the two of them are kind of just standing there in almost this stalemate between the high elf and the vanquisher, and they're both both sides are just alarmed. They just have this moment of stalemate. For a moment, Frederick's eyes dart behind, and you see the high elf kind of turns his head to look at what he's perceiving behind him. Now, if you could roll a perception check.
Oh my god. 15.
15. This area is darker than most. There is a mist, there is a fog. All you can see is what is a flash of light. Just white light just flashing every so often. There is a silhouette of two people standing in that space. Then you see those two people disappear. You just see Frederick shout, "No!" as he just pushes past and casts this spell to almost remove these people from play. And he just rushes forward. Akis starts fighting back with his spell casting as well, as these two, Hunter and Vanquisher, begin to just fight and try to slow them down and understand what's going on. The fight takes place. It is back and forth, and you watch as Akis takes hits, Frederick takes hits as well, but these two members of the Soothsaying Nimbus, they are taking the brunt of it for the most part. But Akis is badly injured, and you see him fall to one knee in front of this Vanquisher. Frederick, heated in the moment, tries to do everything he can, and for a moment you see he just disappears from sight. The high elf looks around, unknowing of what to do. He turns back to find that his Vanquisher ally is dead on the floor, their skin completely drained as Akis is nowhere to be seen. The high elf is just left there in this moment. I'm going to need you to roll another charisma check.
Girl, what the fuck? I don't even know who I'm supposed to root for here. Fuck all of them.
Okay. Would you like to re-roll?
I can try.
It's you.
I will.
Okay.
No. Unless there's anything I can do to add on to it, but...
I don't know, can you? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. With the moments of this connection fading, the last thing that you see is the high elf approach the center of this space where there is nothing. It is a flat plain. There are trees warped and created and kind of like hold most of the canopy up. But the only thing he comes across is the ground completely almost left with what looks like the outline of two people's shadow on the ground. When you have a intense light that is filled with radiation,
yeah,
you leave a kind of mark behind. You see the mark of silhouettes of people that you've seen in these sorts of memories that you've been having. One of them looks to have horns similar to them, and one looks to have the long sort of wavy hair as well. But then that's where it ends. You feel the threads of your control kind of holding on, and you just can't look in any longer. Your hands literally just pull free as you can no longer hold onto the orb to perceive through it. You are then back in the room where you were before.
Pulled back a little bit, tries to get a sense of where he is again after being in that unimaginable space, per se. Well, that didn't necessarily clear up a lot, other than that they're probably certainly gone. Unless you noticed something I didn't.
I did. Those two members, well, I guess all three. We've met them before. The ones who fell at the hand of a kiss. Those are the same ones that came, but they were different. They'd been turned, brought back to life, it seems.
You think they're both undead?
Perhaps they had a vendetta, and they just kept coming. Brought back for a second try.
You don't think they could do it again with the other one?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they need the body to be able to recreate them once again. These people, they need soldiers that are indoctrinated. Not everyone's going to fight for their cause, will they? They'll keep who they can, those most devout.
Seems like it.
But no, I didn't see anything else.
Do you think it's worth going back there? To that place?
I worry that if we do, perhaps we'll be leading them into where they want to go. I think we need to prepare ourselves first. make sure that we cover all ends. And perhaps, maybe we pay Frederick a little visit.
Or his other friends.
Or whoever
Fragments.
else. Yes.
I don't think we're ready to face him yet, not with the allies he has. Unless we manage to isolate him.
It's all very confusing, but it shows that they're afraid. And if they can be afraid, then they can feel other emotions too, such as fear.
Yeah, that usually goes with afraid, I would say.
Well, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you can be fearful as well as pride. They looked like they were desperate. That's a sort of fear that will let anyone run blindly into something they do not understand.
Then it's an advantage we have, I suppose.
We'll
Maybe
take
have
everything we
time.
can get.
I have a feeling they'll be more careful. With their
In
next
terms
steps.
of a kiss, I had an idea that might be fruitful.
Go ahead.
This method of looking through and perceiving can take a toll on the mind. But I know that there are creations that can be made. I'd seen them in use. Perhaps your tinkerer friend, the small one, could help create something.
Good aim.
Maybe not them. They're more of a detective. The Theodore and the Swift Drifter mechanic. Perhaps they could come up with something. Since they're trusted.
We could give it a shot. I think they're more on the fixing Swift Drifters part. Don't know how much they can do about going into people's memories.
You see a slight curled look from Melody. Well, I've perhaps been looking into this mechanic.
Uh-huh.
And well,
What did you do?
when they were over staying and schmoozing the Furbolg, I may have delved into his mind.
Oh, dude. Okay. And you saw?
Someone who has a great knowledge of minds themselves.
Really?
Hiding it, it seems.
You don't think that he's involved in all of this, do you?
No, I don't think so. He has quite a disdain for that sort of practice, but for the right price, or for the right influence, I'm sure he would change his mind.
Well, we can sure try. Also, I thought I asked you to try not to hurt Hunter. Last night, I sensed it when you tried to go too far.
I know. I was perhaps too eager to get the job done.
I know. But I need to know I can trust you. And I do. But doing stuff like this can be reckless. We don't know what could have happened if you pried any deeper. It would have caused a commotion. Caused the guy to act earlier than he did. You could have been hurt.
I know. But then, I'm not going to hurt anyone too far. Because I respect what you need and what you want. But I also have needs and wants too. Both myself and Discord. We need you both safe and protected.
And what do you
And
want?
I'm sorry if that means that I may hurt someone temporarily, but those wounds can heal. What you have suffered cannot.
I understand that you want to take care of me. And what I've gone through. But I still think we should try to avoid it, okay?
I know.
Are we okay?
They're not.
Okay.
We'll always be okay.
How do you feel about being introduced to everyone else?
The form changes into Discord. Well, I'm not sure about that.
Well, at least Sienna, she partially knows about you.
If you're going to tell Sienna, you may as well tell Thorn.
Fair point. But I'm not too, keen on talking to her right now.
I know.
I'm waiting to see what she does. Where she takes this.
Yes.
And if you need anything, I mean, I don't know if you need to eat or anything. I mean, you probably don't, considering how far you've not eaten so far, but if you need anything, you know you can tell me, right?
Yes. Of course.
And you will?
Yes, of course I will. It's not like I'm eating the souls of the damned or anything. I'm a shadow, I'm not a monster.
Okay. Wouldn't judge you if it did. I mean, probably shouldn't say that in a holy space.
Perhaps not in front of the godly doorway, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's not.
Shall we return to the others then?
Probably should.
But you have my confidence to share who I am with the rest of them.
Does Melody agree?
Yes.
I see he's being honest.
Roll an insight check.
21.
21. You see, he's not asked her.
Uh-huh.
He's spoken
Are you
for her.
sure?
The form changes into Melody. You know I'm on board with it. I love seeing their faces.
I will take that as you being glad to see my friends and not terrifying them. All right, let's go. Instead of climbing up the stairs.
Okay. You walk upstairs. Either Discord or Melody, whoever is present, returns to your shadow as you leave. You head up back to the top, and I think we're going to have a quick break since it is about halfway through. We have a quick break, quick 5-minute break. We'll come back and break apart what we just did because it's a lot. Yeah. So, does anybody want to say some final words before the break?
What of a question I just asked Leonie. Did Ben kill a bunch of people
I
as
just
a
got
baby?
a wild text. No! That is not how I understood any of that at all!
I'm just imagining a baby with laser eyes from Invincible,
What's
just
happening?
killing a bunch of people.
Okay.
That is not how I understood any of that!
We're going on a break.
Bye bye. How did you understand it?
What's your
Comment
favorite
down
popcorn?
below. Yeah.
Stop, guys.
Damn
Come on.
it. That was supposed to be my bit.
It's legit. It's
Salt,
I'm so
sweet,
confused.
or some other fucking taste? What do you like? What do you like? Comment down below. Tell us. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Or follow us on Twitch. All right.
Okay.
No more shilling. So,
Uh-huh.
all of you guys have finished your lonely activities. Where are you now?
Well, I know you just said no more chilling, but I was planning on Sienna getting a break.
Mhm.
And so I was thinking she'd probably wait outside until the others are back and
Sure.
try to attract a stray or two so she can
With
pet
Fennel.
something.
Yeah.
Yes, he can be there. I don't care.
The cat started
Sienna
gnawing on
just
him
wants
a
to pet
little.
something. Sienna wants to feed something that looks like deep food.
Roll an
and
animal handling check.
pet something. Okay.
Does
I
it
swear to
help
God,
that
if I mess
Fennel's
this up, I'm
there?
going to cry.
So he's
No.
attracting
No.
the cats with his fish smell.
No, don't be doing that. You don't want that fish smell everywhere.
My question is, how can Ven fall in love with a guy who just constantly smells like fish? That's my question.
Why would he smell like fish?
The
Because he's a
pescatarian.
fish.
But fish smell.
Never mind.
they
Never
don't-
mind.
favorite dish is a fish stew,
Never mind. Never mind.
Let's not go down this rabbit hole, which will most evidently lead to something disgusting. So, Tiana, you see a little cat in the distance, a small tabby cat that is kind of just wandering around, hiding in the shadows. It sees you, and
I
it just kind of like,
food.
okay, you see it like step out, waddle.
Oh dear. I think.
What do you think?
Okay,
Ollie?
I can
What do
hear
you
you.
think?
No,
What do you-
no, I thought Leonie froze for a second. I was like, did we
No.
lose
No,
Leonie?
I'm
no.
just sitting still. I'm just sitting
Oh,
still.
okay.
Fucking
You
trauma.
stood so still. I was like, uh-oh. Max is awfully good at it too. What the fuck?
Okay, stop. You have a session to run, man.
Shit, I do. Okay. So Sienna, you see a small cat begin to approach. You begin to feed it. It doesn't kind of like go into your hands, but you just begin to just kind of feed it from afar and give it a slight scratch every so often. It doesn't kind of flinch. It seems to be enjoying the food more than you.
That's okay.
You do see Fennel looking at it, and I assume in disgust. He's kind of like,
How dare you? He has Cherry with him. He loves cats.
well,
no,
Cherry's not there at
Cherry's
the
with
moment.
the Dane.
Yeah,
Is she? Is she?
Cherry's not
Yeah,
with
we
you
said
guys.
that. We said that last session.
I thought
Yeah.
it was Zuna who was in Cherry babysitting duty.
No, Suna's with Celeste, which is
God,
way
Yeah.
worse.
you fucking forget about Zuna. Oh my god.
No, we don't. We don't. You keep forgetting about her. I know exactly where she is. Not safe.
Okay.
Zune is kind of like if you went like traveling abroad and like you went with a bunch of friends, and then actually the only friend you could understand anything with just leaves you, and you're just like, what do I go now? What do I do? Tomo arigato. Okay.
Oh my god.
So, Tiana, you're there petting a cat. The endorphins are beginning to kick. Thorn, you emerge from the main building, and you can see Sienna and Fennel waiting for you to arrive. Then you leave at the same time, climbing up from the rocky surface of the back-end cave, and you see the others waiting as well.
Thorn looks like she isn't crying now, but it looks like she's been crying. And she looks frustrated and angry.
So the normal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sorry.
God, you're so fucking salty. Get off my dick, okay? Jeez.
Am
so
I
popular
wrong?
right
No, just kind of acknowledges the Thorn state. What the fuck
Yeah.
else do you want to call it? The breakdown that's happening next to him?
Who's breaking down? Who's busting some moves? Definitely not Fennel.
Okay,
I hate
okay.
this-
I
I
think
hate
the
this
moves should be
fucking
more
family.
serious.
He approaches the
I'm
rest
living
of
in
the
a house of
party.
nightmares. I hate these
You
people.
sure are.
And she dies.
Yeah, I'm dead. I've chosen to die. Fuck you guys.
Looks towards Sienna. Well, did you learn anything?
Yes, we have a name for the leader, which I can totally pronounce. And did not hide under a mountain of other notes. There we go. They call them the Exultant Miraz?
The exultant Jason Mraz.
Miraz?
Jason Sudeikis?
No.
How the fuck do you say that name? Belrace? Miraz?
Don't ask me to
Miraz.
pronounce it.
You.
Bitch, you made it!
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
It is likely that they're going to come, that they're going to keep coming for you then, but not right
Yeah,
now,
I got
as
that
they
part.
don't seem. There doesn't seem to be any more of them in the city, but they also seem to be extremely adept at traveling and could be here at any moment. So, yeah, we shouldn't feel too safe. But also, the apocalypse thing that the elf was talking about, that's only going to happen in like 10, 15 years. Probably. There are discussions about that. So,
There's an apocalypse happening.
not at
I
the
think they
moment.
meant the Everlight thing.
A wrath in your head, Thorn just goes, "What the fuck?"
I don't know either.
Alright,
They
so
don't
we
tell
get
me
everyone. So we get everyone on board with what's happening. Essentially, the soothsaying Nimbus are getting ready for essentially what they think will be the underworld, with Everlight coming into ours. And I'm assuming they're making plans to hide or survive as much as they can without being overtaken by them. But they also seem to be experts at stealing people's memories, manipulating others. And they exist in a place that's apparently, according to Ortawa, an in-between of worlds. Time functions differently there. I don't even know how long it will take them to find out about me. Could be an hour, could be a second, could be a month. Could be that they already know.
He
But-
did imply, though I'm not sure how much we can count on that, he did imply that they can appear at different times. So to think of them moving linear would be dangerous. Maybe we already met them. It's time stuff. I hate time
Well,
stuff.
I also did learn that both of them were some sort of undead. Or I don't think they can bring them back in this state, at least.
Okay. Then at least we can still assume that they don't know our faces.
And they at least know mine.
Hmm.
I think they'll leave Hunter alone for now. However,
Okay.
they also seem to be scared of me, apparently. Which does give us an advantage of at least they won't act for now.
Well, that's at least good news amongst all the other stuff, right?
Yes, and
We know we have something they're afraid of.
I think it would be nice, after all of this crazy stuff, for us to go in and enjoy ourselves a little bit and actually have a proper rest. And by that I mean our Tavo has said that all of you can come along to the city of Zeftal. And there seem to be some celebrations going on.
So we're having a vacation in a city that floats in the sky.
We
remember
could,
the
yes,
last-
if we want.
Just remembered what happened on the last floating thing we were on.
I was waiting for that.
Well, that was smaller, and I doubt there's going to be terrorists 2 times in a row. That seems highly unlikely. Especially because, if I remember correctly, no one ever knows where Zeftal is going to be at any given moment. So, terrorists, I imagine, would have quite a difficult time attacking.
And as you
that.
know, the cardinal rule, you can only have 1 terrorist attack per week, and we just had one, so we'll be fine.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a cardinal rule.
Yes.
It is now. Looking at you, Max.
Didn't
The things I
we
have
have
to
2
do.
though? Did we technically have 2 though? Because we got
Yeah,
attacked
kind of.
yesterday and today. So
Yeah.
Max, stop giving us terrorist attacks.
You know what we need to
Seriously.
do? We need to do like the NPCs, but like counting down how long their jail sentence would be based on their crimes.
No, you know what we need? We need like one of those dry erase boards where above it says like 0 days until disaster or something like that. We need one. We need a counter. Like blank sessions since terrorist attack.
terrorist attack.
A lot of them fucking happened.
Are we at
Um,
-1 now? Is that how it's working?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty
Yeah.
much. Well, it's only if you want to. I know, Thorn, you said you don't want to talk to the guy, but you could still have a good time with Sienna, or if you want to invite anybody else.
Yeah, we don't have to go to the prison. We can just enjoy the sight.
I want to make it a point that Thorn was absolutely fucking distraught. Okay, she looks distraught, and
He's trying to cheer you up! Oh my god!
she just like fucking slow head turned towards you, towards Ven, not in like just like a. Are you serious? I mean, I'd have to. Never mind. Nothing. It's nothing. I'll go.
Okay. Is that what you want to do? I'm not forcing you.
Do you want to pet the cat?
Is it still here?
Oh,
I've been assuming I'm still on the ground petting it.
Yeah. Thorn, roll an intimidation check.
Why?
No!
I know exactly why. I know exactly why. Animals don't like
Rat's
me.
getting territorial.
Intimidation.
Oh. God damn it.
No, the poor cat.
I just
cat-
have to roll good.
As soon as you walk up, Sienna, you're petting the cat. You look down to see the cat as it tenses up, seeing Thorn. There's not anything that happens, but it's probably a sixth sense of knowing that there's some other larger beast inside of her, and just begins to scurry off, just runs away.
Sorry.
It's not your fault.
Animals don't
He was
really like
skittish
me.
anyway.
Okay.
Well,
We should have a party pet.
No, we shouldn't.
we do!
We have Terry.
yeah.
We have Terry.
Ben summons the fucking cow geese. There you go.
You're so right. Thank you.
They do these little jumpy things dogs do when they meet someone they like, the wagging their little tails.
One of them jumps up to the side of you, Sienna. It just holds its paws to your hands. and then just begins to like dance.
Who's the best little boy? Who's the best little boy? Who's the best?
Okay,
It farts.
so
That one's
What?
called peanut.
Huh?
That's peanut, and that's butter, and that's jelly.
Oh. Hello, Peanut.
It farts.
Okay. Thanks, Max. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Really.
Well, then it's settled. We would be going this afternoon, if that's alright. Late in the afternoon. So if you have any business left to finish up in the city, probably get done now. And I need to go check on my cake. Because I don't know if we covered it or not.
Sienna,
You want company? Yes.
can you roll a charisma check, please?
What
Against the
for?
Cowgies?
What
is it against the
for?
Cowgies?
It's the Cowgies.
They have charm person on them. Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Lord.
Oh, mind.
No, that's not. You can't just ask for one and be like, oh, never mind.
Cassie, I can.
That's
It's
so
literally
mean.
my job.
It is. It's in the description.
Yeah, that's a
Send
good point.
ominous saving throws to players occasionally.
Well, was this
Be mean to
purpose of
players.
check?
He just shows us his like resume or something, and it's like being
Add another
mean to
terrorist
players.
attack. Tick. Done.
Okay.
Because of my low charisma.
Yeah. If you want, I would like to, and I don't know if you two, Lux, Fennel, and Thorn would want to go grab supplies.
Well, I guess like
Thorn just kind of like, yeah, they side eye each other.
sure. Why not? You're gonna help push my chair.
Do I?
I'm gonna go downhill. It's gonna be dangerous, so you gotta like make sure you hold on tight. Don't
Oh, we're going
throw me
downhill?
off.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's gonna kill him.
I'm just gonna
She
turn
just
the
jumps on
brakes
top of it and rides it down the
No,
mountain.
no. She's like right at the cusp, and she's just like, let's go.
Uh-oh.
That's him dealt with.
One down.
And then Thorn will be dealt with.
Oh no. Now we
Just a
have a
Wilhelm
cycle
scream.
murder.
Oh god. So if we're going to get supplies, should we meet up back at the circus or here?
We can meet up at the circus.
Okay.
Okay. Then you disperse momentarily, gathering some supplies, picking up rations, just your kind of like basic needs that you need for when you're traveling, especially if you're going to go away for a while. Restock, ready to go. The later part of the afternoon begins to come around the corner, but just before then, as you all gather back at the circus, you see Thwarting emerge, and he just kind of like looks at each one of you. Guys. All right, I think I found something, right? Why do all of you look like shit?
You missed some stuff, man.
Well, I'm glad I missed it. Because you can handle yourselves. Look, I have been doing some digging, all right, with Cherry. Turns out my mind's a little bit more awake than I thought it was. Not to toot my own horn or anything. But I think we have a little bit of an understanding of what's going on in Alexia. So Cherry's kind of helped me out with delving into other people's dreams. We saw some things that I don't really want to explain because they just bring back bad memories. But to summarize it, that place that we kind of ran into randomly.
The
Well,
factory.
yeah. Well, it turns out they have more people there. All people who are being used to create this. I'm going to say it's a portal into the dreamscape. A place where you can actually walk into dreams physically without having to fall asleep. Now, we don't really know why they're doing this, but this just seems like a bad thing. I don't really want people walking into my dreams that shouldn't be there, personally.
Seems like a bad thing. Okay.
Yeah. Well, what would you describe it as then, Thorn?
As an actual bad thing, and it doesn't just seem like a bad thing.
Well, look, do you want me to be pessimistic about it, or do you want me to put a positive spin on things?
We would honestly just sort of like the stuff you found out.
Yeah, just keep talking.
All right. Well, look, seems like there's a few people involved in this. Seems like real India, their fucking fingers in every pie, but seems like it's only a couple of them, maybe. The name real India has just been used a lot. As well, people from the fucking dreamscape, whatever that means. There's actually people there that live there, that are born there, and have their own lives there. And well, they've been working together to cross streams. You know that really fucking weird woman that like caused Frankie to disappear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's from that place.
Oh, great. Lovely.
So when she went, she actually just went back there to Dreamland. Population 1,000,
I actually
whatever the
wanted
fuck.
to ask if
She's
it
not
could-
dead then?
No, she's not fucking dead.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Robbie. Just wanted to ask that.
I wanted to ask if there's a way we could bring Frankie back from there, just like we did with Wrath.
Well, that was one thing I was going to point out. That other place we can get to, and it seems like they have Frankie captured. So wherever that woman put him, it's in her control. Don't know what for, but I could hear the whimpers. So
Oh,
he's in there
I would
somewhere.
go with that. Okay.
Well, I didn't like it
Yeah.
either. I quite like Frankie, but whatever.
All right, then. Our plan should be how to figure out how to get inside of there, get Frankie out, and then kind of blow the whole thing up.
well,
Sure,
not
it's
the
not
entire
usable.
dreamscape. That's the
No,
entire
no,
plane
no,
you
not the
shouldn't blow
dreamscape.
up.
The place that's making the portal
Building.
to the dreamscape.
Well-
Well, but
Not
from what I
the
understood,
dimension.
Frankie's in
Yes,
the dreamscape. being
That's what I
Well,
mean.
in
Get
the
it
dreamscape.
inside there.
Here's the other thing, right? Because we were searching through dreams, could only really see what was happening from Dreamland. So it looks like it's happening both ends, right? They've created this portal, but to create it, they need people in the Dreamland to wake up and for people in the real world to go to sleep. It seems like they're almost bridging that gap. So that means there's an operation there in the Dreamland as well that we can try to disable first if we feel more confident there.
Do we?
I don't know. I've seen what the place in real life looks like. That looks fucking awful.
Yeah.
But there's two
Alright.
options there. We can try and look into that other one as well, see what's there, see what they're made of.
I
But
think
we've walked into dreams. We've been in there through our mind. I've been there. Thorn's been there. Cherry's been there. A few others can go there. It's possible.
Okay. I think we should make sure we have a plan before we do this, because if we start tampering with the dream world part of things, they will be alerted immediately.
Yeah, we were safe. We were kind of watching from afar. That's why I don't know specifics. Otherwise, I would have delved deeper, but I didn't want to cause more heat on us than there already is.
Understandable. And
Do you
thank
think?
you.
Do you think that if opposed to going to the factory, do you think that going into the dreamscape would just be? I had a way to word the sentence, but I lost it. I forgot. Never mind.
All right.
It
Sorry.
could be easier going one or the other, but we don't know the ins and outs of the dream world. So
Do you think it would be less like hectic than getting spotted in the factory?
well, problem we
Do you
have.
think it would be easier to? Which one do you think it would be easier to sneak through? That's the question.
I think it'll be easier in the dream world. The only reason for it is there are more like questions about what is and isn't possible there. So it might make things more convoluted than we need it to be. But we know that the outside, the city, is fucking well fortified. They've probably got people everywhere that can rush down, help out. We don't know really what's inside. Maybe they've got strong people in there. They've got Frederick. They've got one person at least that we know is quite powerful. We've seen Gil down there as well, who we're quite fucking scared of. So that's also another factor that we know exists. In the dream world, it's not like there's people that we know are bad dead. It's only the bald bitch that we've seen. Apart from that, I don't know.
Actually, whenever I went to the Dreamscape to save Wrath, I saw these like creature things. I don't exactly know what they were, but they reminded me of some of the people that worked in Siren's prisons and labs. So that's just another fucking thing on our plate, I guess. Sorry I didn't tell you guys sooner.
Alright, well, it's something to work on. If we have more time in dreams, we can try and figure out what the fuck that means.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we have a city of Zeptal to go to first. And perhaps Dr. Olbert does have some insights on that. I mean, did research the mind and all of those things. I forgot to mention there was another name mentioned by Ortavo, Alexander
Yeah.
Tenolt.
Tenolt.
Whatever his last name is. He did pass, but he seemed to have had some knowledge about dreams and the such. Perhaps we could read up on him.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good
Yeah.
idea.
I feel like a library visit is in our future anyway. Lots of stuff to research on.
Also, not that I would be too happy about it, but I think trying to talk to one of the fragments of Frederick, the professor, the psychologist, could be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe.
He does seem to have some knowledge on dreams as well, so...
So does that mean we're going to Alexia after Zeftal then?
It would seem like it, yes.
Do we have to say our goodbyes today then?
I think so. Probably for the best. Sienna, would you also mind helping with the cake real quick?
Yes, of course I can help.
He's gonna try to pull her to the side a little bit.
As you pull Sienna to your side, you see the massive cake that's been protected all this time. Not there.
No!
Who fucking steals a giant ass cake?
You see Hank laying down on his back, just kind of like
That mother.
sleeping with his hand on his stomach.
The motherfucker.
Hank.
Hank,
Yeah?
what happened to the cake?
New party villain.
What happened to the cake?
Did he fucking eat the cake? Oh my
Roll an insight check.
Motherfucker.
It's so much cake, though.
It is. It's a giant ass cake.
He's also an orc.
You see,
He's
It's a cake for giants.
he's an ogre. He has layers. You see, he's rubbing his
Nice.
stomach, and he's like, "Oh, I was just so hungry, Ven. I'm so sorry."
Oh,
Oh.
that was for our
Heck,
dogs, guys.
Your insight
cake.
check shows that he's lying. You see, he's lying through his teeth, and he's just kind of rubbing his stomach. Oh, I don't know if I could eat another one.
That.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't have it. Zuna has it.
okay.
Oh,
Did we say that Zuna had it?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No?
well,
Okay,
I
okay.
proposed it,
Yeah.
but not in character.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know where she is?
I think she was dancing with Celeste somewhere.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, and also don't ever do that again. You gave me a heart attack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's alright.
I thought I'd try and do something a bit light-hearted after yesterday.
In retrospect, it's funny. So good job.
But it's not the timing, is it? Not time or place.
You did your best.
Sorry, a very stressful day. We're
Well,
all
that's why I'm not a
tense.
comedian.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm a lawyer.
No.
We all have
Well,
things.
he is
to
a lawyer.
work on. Anyways,
I mean, no, I know,
trying to
but-
remove themselves from this awkward situation because he wanted to talk to Sienna in private.
Yeah, just
while
keep
Ben is like
trying, man.
attempting to extract them from the conversation, Sienna's just having goodbye with Hank. Is just being like, "So yeah, we're leaving town again. So it was
Oh,
nice seeing you
okay.
again."
Oh,
Yeah.
good to see you. Good travels.
Yeah, it's
Stay
very nice.
safe.
Thank you.
And again, if you need a lawyer,
I will call you up.
I'll be sure to give you some mate rates.
Nice.
Thanks, Hank.
No worries. Love you guys. Bye.
Aw,
I mean, bye.
bye.
Okay, now we can leave.
They didn't say love you back.
Love you.
Didn't Sienna say you too?
No,
I didn't hear it.
I didn't.
So neither did Hank.
No.
Yeah, Ben kind of pulls her to the side before they go to where Celeste and Zuna are.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to speak to you.
Okay.
Okay. Remember that one time that you followed me after I had that little fight with Zidane, whole thing, shebang?
Yes, quite clearly.
Yep. And I was talking to someone. Would you like to meet them?
Yes, yes, I'd love to.
Okay, just don't judge too quickly.
Okay, now I'm a bit. Okay, yeah, sure. I won't
Just
judge.
know that they've been with me kind of from the start of my journey, and they take care of me and want best for me, so they're good.
As you're saying this,
Anyways.
Ben, the shadow is emerging slowly out of Sienna's shadow.
Don't, no, don't do that. Just gonna like normal introduction. I swear to God.
Taps you on the shoulder, Sienna. You feel this finger just.
Okay.
Kind of behind you.
I
Be normal, please.
What would you like me to say, Ben?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Sienna. And he gives a bow.
yes, it's quite nice to meet you. Officially. Yes. What exactly? No, that's rude. Are you a
feel
shadow?
free. Ask me whatever questions you have.
Right. What are you?
I don't
You
know.
appear to be a shadow. Are you like Cherry? Are you from the Dreamscape? Is that...
But Trace doesn't
No.
recognize them.
I'm not quite
Okay.
like what Cherry is. I don't think so, at least. I have no connection to dreams. I am just a manifestation of, well, Ven's need for protection. I'm here to guide and help and escort Ven to wherever he needs to go. I am his constant companion.
His name's Discord, and the other one's Melody.
Oh, there's two. Okay.
Well,
As you turn to look
but,
and then look back at him, he changes into this feminine form.
Oh.
Hello.
Melody, I presume.
Yes, that's
Lovely to
correct.
make your acquaintance.
And yours as well, Sienna. Yarrow family. I've heard your name
Yes.
mentioned a few times.
Really?
Yes, in passing. Family dinner did
Okay.
not go quite to plan.
No.
Well, that's a shame.
No, not really.
If you ever need
yeah.
anything, dealt with.
Are you suggesting to kill my family for me?
Is that what you want?
No! Why would I want to kill my family?
anyways,
He's too eager.
they've been a lot of help with everything that's been going on with the subsaying Nimbus in general. And I thought since they'll be present a lot more, I might as well introduce you. But I was nervous to do so before. People make their judgments too quickly and think
They
the wrong
really do.
thing. But they're
Well,
lovely.
you've put up with all of our weirdness. So,
I wouldn't say put up, but sure. And also, they gave me this, the little cow cube. So, you have them to thank for that.
well, then, thank you. I love cute animals. So, but they're not actually going to be murdering my family, are they?
No. Just, we're not
Okay,
murdering anyone's family, okay?
okay, good.
Of course not, no. I
Unless
don't
you
believe
want
in
us to,
killing.
but-
No!
Okay. How did that
That's
go,
good.
by the way? You didn't talk about it at all.
It went about as well as I expected. Well, maybe a bit worse than I
Yes.
expected. Not good. My parents are a bit difficult to get along with, especially upon meeting them for the first time, and not in an official sense. So, they can be a bit difficult, but it was fine.
Really? Was it Thorn or was it stuff with your brother?
It was more of a good mixture of everything. But anyway, not really the topic right now. You're introducing me to your lifelong companion. Oh wait, how long have they been with you? You said that you've been with them for quite a while, but how long is that? Since birth? Since
the whole thing with Frederick happened.
oh. So did he create them?
No,
Is that a possibility? Okay, no, I wanted to mention it.
it wasn't in that exact moment. It was a little bit later, but around a year ago and a bit.
And although I seem to share the same space as Discord, we are two separate minds as well. We just inhabit the same space. So if you need anything, you may call upon us, and we will see what we can do. One thing I will say, Sienna, is that you strike me as a very lovely girl. You have a heart of gold.
Thank you.
As well, I feel like that spark needs to be protected. So I'm happy to do the dirty things to keep you pure and safe. Also, that same purity that I could smell on you, we actually ran into something which is fairly similar.
Oh,
You
Then,
didn't tell me this.
well, because I haven't necessarily been in front and present with Sienna, and we just saw it, so I thought I'd bring it up. The sanctuary where we just were, for a little bit of privacy. Well, I can see the same aura from that mural as seen on you.
That makes sense.
I mean, you are.
The city is, after all, yeah, the city is the closest you can be to the gods' world, at least on Korthayak. So, but that's maybe I should check it out if we're ever back in the city. It's definitely interesting.
Speaking of ASMR things, just like for fun, hypothetically, what are like traits of ASMR? Do you know?
Well, it's mostly the glowing bit, honestly. Like, Thorn doesn't do it as often. I think I've only seen her do it 1 or 2 times in the times that we've traveled together. But our bodies almost, well, they embrace what we are. They change a bit. You've seen me do it a few times.
With the wings.
For me, it's a really, the wings thing. For me, it's very, very bright, very, well, holy, I suppose you could say. With Thorn, it's more, but a bit darker, but still light. And a different sort of wings. You'll see it eventually. And then there's the healing stuff. Honestly, we're not too, aside from the whole, growing wings and glowing stuff, we're not too different from humans. Oh, and sometimes when I'm with other ASMRs, we randomly glow.
Oh.
But that seems to be mostly a Thorn and me thing. But it did happen with the ASMR on the expedition that we met. So, yeah.
That's pretty.
Why are you asking?
Just curious. To making a checklist in his brain, like, well, I had none of those, so surely my mom isn't deep in denial, like, no glowing signs, no healing. Don't think you
Right,
for letting me
just
know. We
out
should
of
probably get the cake now.
curiosity.
All right, let's go.
Right. Okay.
Go to Zuina and Celeste.
Mhm.
Get the cake.
Yeah,
Say
get the
goodbye.
cake.
You find Celeste and Zuna. Roll a perception, investigation check, either one, each of you.
Huh?
7.
Are they in the fucking sky? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 9!
They're in the
Um,
fucking sky.
With a 9, say you can't find them.
Okay. Daga, are you here?
You begin to shout out.
Yeah.
Stomping through, Dargo appears. What's all this commotion about? What's happening?
Sorry.
Do you know where Celeste and Zuna are? Can I need the cake?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. I warned her not to go, but it seems that she has gone to a tavern nearby.
Oh,
no.
no.
Motherfucker. God
It's
damn it.
not even nighttime.
Go run. You have to make sure Zuna's not drink. Go run.
But we
Oh,
have to
no.
get Fennel first because we have to communicate with her. So we grab Fennel.
And Thorn as well at this fucking point.
Yeah, that's
Thorn-
true.
Struggle.
Thorn's gonna stay at the circus again.
Okay, in case we don't get to see you, bye.
Oh,
You're getting
Yeah, it was
left
lovely
alone.
seeing you again. We'll be heading out of town.
oh, that was fast. I just kind of like sees you run off. You run off to the bar, the one that you remember going to.
Ben remembers going to.
Yeah. It doesn't take you too long to get there. You can see the exterior is quite closed, quite dead. The place itself seems to be closed. As you arrive, you can see both Celeste and Zuna not actually in the tavern. They're actually on the outside, on like a small kind of park area, just walking around. You see there's no words being exchanged because they don't seem to understand each other's language. But you just see Celeste kind of walking with her hands behind her back, just talking, just general chit chat. She's just kind of admiring, looking around and kind of gesturing towards one of the trees. And Zuna just seems to be reciprocating the kind of motions and doesn't really say much. But you can see there is almost an attempt at dialogue being made, as there are words that are being shared for the same items and things that they're pointing at. And you can see Celeste is trying to bridge the gap. You guys arrive to find them just kind of walking about. Celeste just turns and just looks over the rest of you. Oh, hello. What pleasure do I have for meeting all of you here?
Well, we need the cake.
The cake. Ah. She looks towards Zuna. She gestures to her pocket, and you just see Zuna pull out the cake, but in small kind of cube form, shrunken down, as she can do. And she just kind of like holds it and hands it over to you. There you are.
Thank you.
So, what's the motion? You all are in a bit of a sweat. Out for a run, are you?
Well, we thought you took Suna drinking, not gonna lie, so.
Okay.
Wow. Really? You think
Well-
I would have done that in the daytime?
See,
Wow.
that answer doesn't fill me with confidence.
Well, because I would have if it was open, but it was closed, so I didn't.
Yeah, I noticed.
I don't think she would have drank anyway, but I thought I'd show her the space that I tend to go to. But well, nonetheless, you can whisk her away if you wish. It's been a pleasure. And she just kind of gives a nod to Zuna. Zuna just reciprocates, still not really sure what she's saying.
Is Fennel not translating? Damn.
Fennel's there to translate if necessary.
Could you ask her if she wants to come with us?
You see Fennel kind of responds. Zuna will just say, I don't mind. I'd like to explore, so sure, why not?
We just don't want to be dragging you along places in case you want to stay somewhere or go off on your own.
Well, I said I would be going with you, so I'll stay by your side until we find a suitable place for me here. I still want to go home, but how that happens, I don't know. This place is nice, though. The city is nice. Trasvelar seems very quaint, although very loud as well. The smaller places like this forest and... it's nice. Where are we going now?
The
A
city of
flying
Bethel.
city.
I did not realize that those could do that. Okay.
Apparently, it's a very cool place, so I think you'll enjoy it.
Well, let us see. I
Well,
love
we
to
should
experience
probably-
new things.
Head back and get Thorn now.
Yes.
You see Celeste just sit in the park. Well, don't mind me. You can head off back. If you are leaving to Zeftal, I'll see you next time.
Yes.
Thank you for
Um,
taking care of Zuna, and it was nice to see you again. But go ahead.
Nice to see you, all three of you as well. I always
Do you happen to know where
Go
the
for it.
circus is heading after here? Or are you sticking around for a while?
No, we should be leaving in the next few days. Not sure where we're going to end up after that. And there's nowhere booked in, so I think we're just going to travel around for a bit. Go to different areas,
Alright.
maybe even head on a ship.
I can't recommend.
Well,
Over in the flying one? Maybe take the
Hmm?
normal
Is
one,
that a
not
ship?
the flying one.
thank you for that. I will be sure to inform my superior.
Right, well, thank you again. Hopefully we see each other, and no tavern fight breaks out next time.
Yeah.
Although it was a bit of a shame that our evening was ruined. I think I had fun before and after. We've not had much time since you've left. But you certainly leave a mark.
In a good way?
Mm,
I don't know about that.
Oh.
A mark's a mark. A scar. No, but we'll miss you. Of course we will. I just hope that Hunter is better now. I hope whatever you did made him feel more at ease.
Is she hinting that she saw the vintage?
You can roll an insight check.
Sure. 24.
You see she's kind of hinting that she knows more.
Mm. He should feel better now, and I don't think they'll be coming for him again.
Well, hopefully not. There were moments where, within this last week, I'd seen him change his demeanor. He would talk to himself, he'd start rambling, and, well, the incident where we were all burnt was mainly due to him lashing out, screaming about hunters and, well, fighting back whatever it was that he was fighting in his previous life. He also mentioned a few other things. There was one moment where I was talking with him, and it was like his personality shifted completely. And I was talking to someone else, someone more headstrong, braver, also slightly demented.
Celeste?
So I would be careful with what you end up asking or doing.
Kind of puts one hand on her shoulder and leans in a little bit closer. The less you know about that, the better. Same goes for him.
I know.
Don't. Please don't, for his sake, go prying into it.
I care about Hunter a lot. I care not for a kiss. I will keep what I know to myself.
Alright? Hopefully, they don't suspect anything.
You have his book, though.
I do, but I don't think it can be opened that easily.
Well, I remember he opened it only when he was that person. Whether there's some sort of phrase or keyword that he used, I don't know. I didn't hear it, I didn't see it. It seemed to be... It just happened.
Well, we'll have to figure it out. Either way.
I'm sure that book has a lot of answers to questions you're looking for. Painted golden castles, dark black forests, and a lot of faces. Almost picture perfect.
Well, I've heard that one before, not about the faces, but I'll do what I can to make sure he's safe and this doesn't happen again.
Okay. Well, good luck with wherever you end up. And wherever you do finally end, hopefully we're in the same place, because that would be fun. Whether it's Hell, Elzora, wherever that may be, let us pray that we all end up in the same spot.
Okay, it was so nice meeting us. It is time for us to go now. Let's not end things on a sour note.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You say your goodbyes.
Never read her.
There's a very weird woman. Yeah.
What's your plan?
Going back to get
Thorn.
Okay. Thorn, what have you
And
been
then
doing?
meet the priest.
Thorn's kind of waiting by Gildana's caravan.
Yep.
Yeah. Not wanting to outwardly go fetch her, but just waiting to see if she comes over.
Sure. You can see she's kind of been doing some training in preparation for some of more performances. She's in a bit of a sweat, towel around her neck, just kind of like pulling it out, drying herself down. Coming back for seconds, are you? Or thirds? I forget. How many was it last night?
Shut up.
You were
I'm not
quite
here to talk about
excited.
that. Yeah, whatever. We're leaving soon. Again.
So soon?
I'm not
How long
really
have I
happy
got?
about it. Would you just stop for a second? Just stop. And Thorn just kind of like takes her hand, puts it between hers. Listen, I don't know how long we're gonna be gone, and I don't know when we're gonna come back to the circus, or I'm gonna see you again soon.
I know. I know you'll always come back. No matter what happens, Thorn, you're a thorn. They never go. You're always there. In my side.
She just hugs her. There's tears in her eyes.
And now you're all over me. Not just in my side. You can feel that.
I think I love you too.
No. And she seriously means it as well. You know how I can tell? Because I know you.
Thorn's not saying anything. She's just holding Gildana, trying not to cry too much.
Yeah. Her hands will go through your hair. Just kind of gently pull through. She'll kind of pull back for a second, give you a kiss. I know you'll be back. Don't worry. And anyway, I think we're heading off soon, or at least in a few days, maybe. But think of it as a scavenging hunt.
That's the worst way to think about it, really.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to make things exciting. I'll leave little breadcrumbs around and you can try and follow me.
I'm fine with that. I don't want to have to chase you everywhere, though.
I don't know. I'm quite slippery. I get around different places. Quite hard for me to settle down. She smiles. Do you think you could see yourself settle down?
I don't know. But that's for later.
That's a future problem. Yeah. But
Hopefully
now
when
let's
we get
just
to it.
let's just enjoy this moment while we have it.
I
When are you
know
leaving? In
Gosh.
5 minutes? 10 minutes? Half an hour?
You want to know how much time you got?
Sure.
No clue.
Well, then let's just make the most out of every moment then.
I agree. Also, sorry, this is your shirt. It's all bloody now.
Keep
My
it.
bad.
Keep it. It's fine.
Are you sure? I thought you would have liked the bloodstains.
I do. I think it's fucking rad, but no, keep it. Keep it as a token.
Shit, do I have to give you something now?
No.
She's like
no.
looking through her bag.
You don't have anything, Thorn.
How do you know that? I have things.
Because I've looked through your bags, alright? I've had a quick look.
Why? Are you trying to steal from me? I check my gold. I check how much money I have.
You check through the gold. It's all there.
Okay. When did you have time to do this?
Well, I may have put something in your bag, alright? Just in case you were leaving. Before you'd say goodbye or something.
Is it a tracking device? She looks for whatever she put in her bag.
You find a small hand flute.
I don't know how to play this.
Well, you can practice. I don't know how to play it either. I was given it as a small instrument quite a few years ago. Never quite got the hand of it.
Who did you steal this from?
No, I got it as a gift. I got it from my brother, but
You have a brother?
I got a lot of secrets, Thorn. I don't tend to share much of my family life. But this was a gift from him. And well, I never quite cracked it. So maybe you could give it a shot. And then maybe you can teach me.
I'll do my best. Don't expect me to be an expert next time I see you, though.
Oh, well, I fucking will. So you better get used to it. Gonna crack them knuckles. Make sure you really learn the ins and outs of a flute. I'm sure there's quite a few ins and outs to be mastered.
I'll see what I can do. And I'll make sure I impress you, because I don't think I'm good at anything else.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Thorn. You impress me every day.
Thorn she blushes and she's like, "Shut up, shut up.
Oh, is she blushing? Is she?
Go away." She like
No, I'm not going
playfully,
anywhere. And she just squeezes tighter that she can kiss you around the head.
no.
A bit of that, a bit of this.
God, I can't stand you.
Embarrassing? Yes, I am. Full of love? Yes, even more so. Just don't get yourself fucking killed, right?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
try my best.
fucking a bit more enthusiasm with that one.
I'm gonna just shut up and I'll pull her in for another kiss.
Okay. At this point, Ven, Fennel, Sienna, Zuna,
Oh God,
everyone.
did they see that? Oh fuck.
Because you're wrapped up.
No,
You're
I'm
too
still mad at
focused.
her. No.
I can't enjoy her lesbian lifestyle yet.
Look away.
As all of you arrive, you see Gildana's kind of turned like Thorn's back to you, so you don't see her, and she doesn't see. Well, so she doesn't see you guys, but you see her.
Okay.
And as she kind of like peers behind Thorn's shoulder, she hugs. She just kind of waves.
Do I notice that?
Oh, she's not in character,
Yeah,
but
you Gives a bit of finger.
I look back and then I look at Gildana and I grab the collar for sure. I'm like, I'm going to kill you.
Well, you tried last night and you failed, so
Get away. She like pushes her towards the caravan, like towards the door.
This is a conversation we should not be
full-
listening into.
I'm gonna grab a shower. See you all next time. Good luck. And she
Bye.
Bye.
She
Thorn
smiles towards
stays.
Sienna, gives a wink to Sienna, just kind of like, just doubling down on what they spoke about the other day. She just kind of heads off.
Today.
Very good.
Today.
Yeah, today.
3 weeks ago,
Today.
IRL.
Thorn, she walks over, full red face. You've never seen her face this red, and she's like not making eye contact with anybody. It's like, all right, we're ready, let's go.
Are you alright, Thorn? You seem to be
Shut-
running a fever or something.
Nothing.
You look a bit red.
Yes, I'm fine.
You
I'm
look
fine.
a bit red there. You look
Thordane
a bit
approaches. Are you've breathed, for fuck's sake.
Why does everybody? No, just leave me alone. I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go.
I feel like everyone has a moment of just teasing Thor, like,
Yeah, I imagine they're like semicircle, just like, I'm like, fuck off.
Fennel's there as well, just squeaking in his chair.
Oh my god.
Stop.
So,
Go now.
you all,
Squeaking noises.
you all arrive. Yes.
I'm believing I'm doing the whisper into the wind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Is everyone ready? Are we good to go? To say our goodbyes?
Yep.
are we bringing Cherry? Is the dame? Are we bringing
Cherry-
Cherry
Cherry's-
in the nailed
I'm
cloak
assuming
again?
We do.
Okay, so Cherry's
She
in the
can
nailed
stay
cloak.
with- She can say Thornton.
So he's coming.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
coming
no,
with
I'm
you.
saying that Terry
Maybe
can stay with
with
Thornton
the
because...
player character that's
Okay.
still there.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, that so Cherry can go in Fennel's cloak again.
Mhm.
Right, that's
Okay.
safest.
All right. So, Van, what'd you do?
Whisper his name into the wind.
Who's
Go
name?
ahead.
That was
Go for it.
guys. But my mic's not gonna pick it up, bitch.
We had it.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did.
As you say the words, all of you feel this wind just begin to gather up around you, and almost like a funnel of cloud, like a small, like a dust devil kind of appearing, where there's just this font of wind, not to the center of you guys, just a ways away, beginning to go rapid, faster and faster. The clouds begin to condense in the center, and then walking out of it, you see this huge cloud giant wearing these long priestly robes, just begin to approach. For a cloud giant, he's large, but his footsteps, they're quite soft. You see he kind of like walks, and they don't really have like a thumb or a rumble to them. He kind of walks gently, although he still walks with speed and kind of intent. He looks around at everyone. Hello, I am Ortavo Skies. I believe that I am going to be taking you all to the city of Zeftal.
Okay.
Are we all prepared for the journey?
I believe so. Zuna has the cake, so we'll enlarge it return it to its original size once we get there.
He kind of like stares down towards the small box that Zuna has. How much bigger is this going to be?
Ben like gets on his tippy toes and puts his hand up.
This is the same one you'd mentioned. Wow.
Yeah,
What
she's
is
quite
this?
impressive.
Is this a pocket dimension? Or have you literally changed the space around it? You
Everyone
see,
looks to Fennel to translate.
Question we've never asked.
Fennel just responds brokenly. Zuna will just say, "Oh, well, this is just a thing my people can do. There is no special thing about it. We have methods of distorting the space and causing things to look, well, different, smaller, bigger than they are. Wow, that is very fascinating. You see, he kind of like examines Zuna and then takes a step back. There are not many people like you, Zuna. You are very different. Some could say from another world.
What? No.
How ironic. Anyways.
What? Anyways.
He looks at everyone like dispersing. Okay, time to go.
Is there anything we should know about Zefta before we get there?
Just do what the people do. And you'll fit in very nicely.
Okay.
Also, there are no weapons in Zeftal.
Oh,
So if you could
Oh.
hide your armaments, that would be more suitable. Otherwise, you will stand out to the garrison as well as the people.
Can we?
All right, Fennel,
this is
cuff
out
him
of-
up.
Seriously. Can we have?
Then just opens
Yeah.
up the bag of holding and everyone's like,
All right, put him in, boys.
Yeah. Well, I guess we do have a bag of holding. I was gonna ask if Zuna could just like another pocket dimension for our weapons,
Nah.
but if we have a bag of holding, then whatever.
Yeah,
yeah.
we
You
do.
can just throw them all in there. Okay, so I'm gonna mark all of that off my character sheet.
Okay,
Oh,
all,
it's
Sheet of
fine.
useless.
all weapons away. You place it in the bag of holding of Vens, and Ortavo will begin the incantation. You see clouds begin to muster and swirl around you as you're in this vortex, the center of this spiral of wind. His cloak does not move in the wind. All of yours, your clothes, begin to just flap around. With every kind of spin of his hands, the wind grows stronger and stronger. At one point, all of you begin to hover in the air as the wind almost lifts you up off the ground. In this moment, you're seeing just like this rushing motion of energy around you. There are threads of blue light mixed with purple sparkling kind of an echo of it beginning to just disperse around as though magic is being fueled and arcana is being pumped into this spell. Eventually, the storm, this whirlwind, continues and eventually slows down as all of you are dropping to the ground. No longer do you find this hardened stone central area of the circus that you're in, but instead you find this runic almost sign on the floor, like a bright blue, soft blue light shining from the underside of this stone building that you're in. The glowing dims, the lighting fades, and all of that wind just slowly goes softer into it's just a breeze, and then nothing. You are inside of an enclosed chamber. Inside of a huge chamber, something built for giants, and you are in the very center of it. As you kind of focus looking around, you can see large statues either side of you. You're in this almost temple dedicated to some larger than life entities depicted in stone form. All of you can roll history checks if you wish.
13
Yep.
balls. Come on, 16.
Plus.
I
Okay.
win.
14, 15, 17. With a 15 and a 17, you can see the depictions of what looks like cloud giant and storm giant nobility. You see what looks like the depictions of a family line of kings and queens that have perhaps ruled Zeftal once before. Giants live thousands of years on average, so there are only a handful to pick from. And you can see them depicted here in those walls. The three that you see, one of them is a feminine form, the other two are male forms. The two males are storm giants of descendants. Meanwhile, the feminine form is of a cloud giant descendant. For Thorn, I'd say you don't really know the names of these people, but you can see that these kind of ages, the history behind them. The freshest and newest one is the feminine cloud giant, depicted as almost like this new up-and-coming queen. The other two seem older, rugged, one dating back a few thousand years, the other one further beyond that. It looks like there has been like a few thousand years between each one of these leaderships. But as you find yourself in this room, it's the names at the bottom of these statues that you can see more so than others. The eldest one, the name seems very faded, but it's just barely noticeable. The other two are instantly visible. You see the middle lineage, we'll say, storm giant, is called King Circa. Meanwhile, the newer one, the cloud giantess, you can see it says Queen Thimra. These are seemingly the nobility, the kings and queens, the previous rulers. And with Thimra being the current one. You are in not a place of worship, but just a place of memory. This is a almost greeting spot for anyone who seems to teleport into Zeftal as their first port of call, if you will. There aren't many people here. Yeah.
And I absolutely adore that the other party never saw this, because it definitely existed, but we just always teleported to the other circles.
Yeah.
We never only landed in the fucking prison. So
We didn't. Yeah, we never even explored Zeftal really.
we're just like, we don't want to know the public transportation circle. We want to know the private military one.
And then we were like, you know what? We're gonna jump off and fly everywhere. Why not?
Yeah.
You, from even within the stone building that you're in at the moment, the entranceway is quite far away because you are tiny in comparison to what this space is built for. So every step that a giant takes is almost 12 of yours. So everything is just that much bigger. Ortavo gestures towards the exit entrance, whatever you wish to call it, as he begins to stride his way to it. It is silent in this stone room, but you can hear there is a loud noise outside that is almost roaring in how loud it is. And even through these very thick walls of stone, you can hear it. Sounds like the sounds of celebration, of party, of rejoice, of some tradition that these giants are currently going through. You head down the corridor, find your way at the large, huge door that is closed but then opened by Otavo, and you are greeted straight away by this parade in front of you. You are seeing giants, humanoids, both large, small, medium, huge, all beginning to dance and celebrate down the main thoroughfare that is huge and wide in scope, but now filled from beginning to end with just people. You're seeing all races represented here in Zefdal. Human to non-human to monstrous to giants to everything you can think of. They are walking the streets and you just see smiles across their faces. As soon as you exit the stone door to find this huge kind of party going on, the streets are packed, but there is still an order to everything. There is a kind of ease of getting through these crowds. But you see celebrations, laughter. There are people playing instruments in the kind of walking parade that's going on in the center. Buildings here are huge in comparison. You are like walking, like small stick figurines walking through a almost play doll house size of homes just around you. It is daunting, but there's also something almost conflicting to that level of daunting that's there. Everything's huge, everything's large, and there are creatures bigger than yourselves walking through the streets, but there is a care, there is attention, there is this mindfulness that no one is being stepped on, no one is being kind of suffocated. There is space for everyone here to kind of enjoy themselves. And there's even plateaus where you can see the smaller humanoid races on a raised platform celebrating alongside the giants, so they are eye level with one another as they just kind of go through the motions. You walk through the front door, Otavo just kind of like looking around and smiling, seeing the celebrations going on. He just looks at the group of you. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go first? We are in Zefdal. This is everything you can dream of.
Do you perhaps know where we could stay here? Have you planned that?
I know of a few places I could inquire with. Let me communicate with them. This was not really planned out. I will speak with them momentarily. Enjoy yourselves here. And you see he just begins to walk off for a moment and begin to like whisper to himself as he's perhaps talking with other people.
We're gonna get lost. We're gonna get so lost.
Nobody move.
We should buy tasty street food. Wait, no, we should buy parade food. I'm sure they have taste. Do they have food stalls? So
I have a feeling Sienna's already walking off, like away from
Yeah, she's already heading to the first interesting thing.
As Sienna's like walking to like the first stall, Sienna, you see a half-orc just walk up to you. Oh, hello, and he just begins to grab your hand. And, would you care for a dance? And he just begins to try and like take you away in the parade.
Sienna!
No, sorry, no. We're here on business, I'm afraid. Not
I think.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. And he just kind of like lets your hand down slowly. He gives you a half bow. Well, thank you anyway. And he continues on to someone else.
Maybe next time. This is lovely. I love this. This is cool.
I hate this. This is so much.
You see coiling and flying through the air 5 of these large serpentine, almost like wing snakes, just coiling their way through the air. Some smaller, some
Flashbacks.
huge in scale. Very reminiscent of the same creature that the Triton Queen was kind of on, but not of the same size. These are much smaller. You see giants on top of them. You see humanoids of a smaller stature riding them and just kind of coiling through the air. At the ends of their tails, you see attached are these like huge duffel bags of sorts that are being released, and you see powder just beginning to like flake through the sky, almost like confetti, giving a sparkle and a surrounding sort of color to everything as they just swim and fly through the sky, going past.
So cute.
I think
been
Thorn's just
since you've been to a festival.
Thorn is overstimulated and she's staying still. She doesn't know what to look at. She doesn't know where to go.
Zuna is as well. Zuna's just like,
Yeah.
We could get some food. I don't think we've had lunch yet.
No. Alright, let's get some food. Maybe in a more quiet alley. Some of us
Yeah,
seem
if
to
you
be a
can-
bit overwhelmed.
Can find a more quiet place.
All right, let's
Okay.
get
So yeah, okay, we're trying to find a food stall in a dark alley offside.
sure.
Not a
No,
dark
no,
alley,
no, no,
just
no,
like
no,
no.
less
No, we
crowded.
We're going to a food stand and then we're going to a dark alley.
Okay, that works for me too.
Okay. As you are now leaving the crowded main streets, the side streets are completely null of any of this partying. You see that as people are leaving and going, these have probably been purposefully left behind. Very organized sort of festival going on here, to allow people to just live their lives if they don't want to get involved in the celebrations. Roll a perception check or investigation check. Each one of you.
Okay.
Who? Each one of us. Okay.
Yeah.
Perception or investigation, you said?
Yeah. As you're kind of walking through, you see that there is some kind of like posters that have been made, especially for the festival, that have been painted alongside these buildings. The buildings themselves here are all fairly similar. There's not one that kind of stands out from the other. They all blend into one. They're all like a almost pristine white color, very similar to kind of like the buildings that you'd have in Greece, if you want to picture those. Mostly white buildings to the exterior, tall, large, wide, some cylindrical, some towers. Each one they have a unique shape, but for the most part, the color scheme is matching that sort of aesthetic. Even the floor itself seems to be paved with silver to have that almost reflective sheen, almost like a very decadent coloration to it. The streets as well, down the alleyway, have lights that are affixed into them that glow and have this blue sort of yellowish hue, as though it represents almost like the sunset or the sunrise, depending on where you are. At the moment, you look up past all the celebrations as you have a moment of quiet down the side streets. And you can see the sky above is dark. It's about sunset, which means that you guys are further east of Calzaria. You're not sure where specifically, but you are towards the later part of the day. Also, looking up, you see that the clouds are right on you. This isn't fog or mist. You are in the clouds itself, but there is almost a bubble, an invisible bubble that surrounds the entire city, causing these clouds to stop and push themselves. And you're seeing almost like the underside of a cloud that's being pushed away, creating this moisture, this rain along the sides. It's dark clouds. There should be rain coming through, but there isn't. It's all being stopped by this invisible force that surrounds the city. There are the odd person that walk past you. Yes, Leonie.
As soon as Sienna sees that we're literally in the clouds, she's just looking at Ben and Fennel and just going, "This is like that cloud swimming we did, just that we don't have to actually do anything. It's pretty cool."
Yep. So fun. Anyway.
Anyway.
Did we find any food, by the way?
with your looking around, you eventually find a side street, a vendor that has what looks like a main business, a main restaurant, and a side business that kind of like pokes out from the side for fast food. If workers and such need just a quick meal, they're almost ready at hand. You can see this individual kind of like smiles as he sees you. Most of the people here seem to be wearing similar clothing. Nothing kind of colorful, all fairly in kind of sync with like gold and white coloration to it. And you see.
Then I don't stand out too much.
No, you're fine.
I'm in whites and oranges. Nice.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, everyone else.
yeah. Everyone
I'm
else.
still
is
in a
fine.
blood
we're gonna
covered
we're gonna get ripped off because he thinks we're tourists.
There's still blood on my shirt. So
Yeah.
there's that as well.
With the shirt you're wearing, it looks like it's intentional. Don't you worry.
That's not good.
You see
It's not good for me.
the worker here just kind of gestures to each one of you. Good morning. How can I help you? I mean, good evening. He looks out to the sky. Sorry, I lose track sometimes. We always come and go. I forget where we are. How can I help you? Are you looking for a meal this evening?
Yes.
Yes, just a quick meal, please. What do
But
you
of
have?
course. Well, we have a selection of different meats, broths, anything in particular that you're looking for. And we also have non-meat options, of course. But we have some of the rarest foods that you can think of. I see that you're not from around here, so how about I give you something that's accustomed to Zeftal tradition?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and we
How
have...
much would that cost?
Well, for all of you, I'll do you a deal for 1 platinum.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That
Okay,
Jesus.
that's okay. Yeah, welcome to Zeftal.
Jesus Christ.
You see, he's...
That's actually.
Yeah, I know. I just
did not
forgot.
think that was not a character.
you get the sense
That
that
was-
it probably would have been more, but he feels bad because he's like, these guys are
Okay.
Damn, these
I'm
guys
gonna
look
pay
poor
for,
as
I'm gonna
fuck.
pay for the food. I'm gonna pay for the food.
The food arrives instantly. You see he
Nice.
kind of like turns towards the kitchen. The kitchen presents the food straight away. Ready to go, hot meals. He creates this almost smorgasbord of different meats, cuts, as well as non-meat options as well, and like a full, almost packaged meal for all of you to take in. As he pushes the platter forward, the table that he's on extends outwards, and then you see chairs almost fold out from that as well. You see 6 chairs just emerge, and he just shifts it forward. Here you go. Hopefully you enjoy. If anything needs changing, just let me know. If you need any spices and sorts, we can accommodate. Don't worry.
Thank you.
You're very
Thanks a
welcome. Welcome to Zeftal. Thank you for coming here. And you see he just kind of continues to clean up as all of you begin to enjoy.
Just
This is giving me flashbacks. We made the mistakes of going drinking in Zeftal once.
Oh dear.
Cocktails
must not be
It
specifically.
was so expensive.
I don't think I was there for that.
Jesus. One
No,
pot,
No, you weren't. That was
4
before you
meals,
joined.
bro.
You all begin to eat the meal. As you're eating the meal, you feel that it's one of the tastiest kind of fine foods that you've ever had. And there's something about it that feels almost uplifting to a point. Each one of you now has a D10 that they can add to their next roll.
Yo.
To the next roll or
So your next roll,
Yeah.
all right.
you can't pick and choose.
Okay.
That's fine.
So bear that in mind. As you're having your meal, you hear the approach of a cloud giant behind you as you see Otavo kind of walks up. I see that you're enjoying a meal. Please take your time. I have arranged lodging with a friend of mine here in the city. It seems that during the festivities, most of the inns and taverns are fully booked, but I was able to find someone that can at least accommodate you for a few nights if you wish to stay longer. They are just located next to the palace, not too far away.
Oh, nice, thank you.
I'm gonna pay for that.
Do you know how long the festival will be lasting for?
Well, I did not ask, but if I know my wife, it will probably be for a while. She likes indulging. Says the people need a bit of rest, and, well, they deserve a bit of celebration from time to time. So I think it'll be going on for perhaps another week, maybe.
Oh,
These
okay.
celebrations tend to go on for a month.
Oh, wow. I
Well,
don't think I've ever heard of a celebration.
it is not an annual celebration by any means. This is a one-off. Every 10 years, try to have something substantial, at least.
Well, I guess then we'll also have time to enjoy ourselves a bit too.
Of course, of course. As well, I don't know if you're aware, but the Zeftal is a little pricey when it comes to certain things. It is, not to sound biased, some of the better things that you can find in Kurthayek, but it means that the cost comes with it. How are you with funds? Are you okay to spend some time here with coin?
Well, I have quite a lot of gold on me, but not a lot of platinum.
Then
Hey,
Same
he
here.
will just kind of reach into his kind of sleeve, and you see he grabs a few coins. For him, for you guys, it's a lot. He kind of leaves them on the table. He leaves you 100 platinum pieces.
Holy
Grab
moly!
it right now. We're gonna get fucking robbed. We're gonna get robbed. Grab it now. Hide it.
He
How much
lays it
money
gently.
everyone
This is the
gets?
city of rich people.
I
doesn't
would
mean that-
assume there's what, 6 of you, so like 15 each or something.
Also, I think Thwarting
The
might
Suna
have
want money?
platinum.
Wait, how
Yes.
much does Thwarting have?
Okay.
Let me check. Oh no, Thwarting does not have platinum.
Well, we'll just
Okay,
write down that there's 100 to split between you guys, and you can split it how you see fit.
Yeah.
Alright.
He would just say, as he puts it
Oh
down,
no, why the fuck is it so poor?
this think of it not as charity, but for all you have done yesterday, or well, this morning. It has been a long day. I heard that you had complications with the soothsaying nimbus, and well, I feel like it is only fair that now you can enjoy yourselves. So please, do not think this is charity. Think that this is for the good deeds that you have done, for not just yourselves, but clearly everyone in Trasvilar. So, it is nothing.
Thank you.
What does
That is very kind.
Would you like me to leave you to have a day for yourselves?
Well, honestly, I don't know how long this cake is gonna last for. Might want to deliver it today.
Yeah.
Well, then, shall we meet my wife?
I mean, if you two, well, you 5, want to still keep exploring, I could go and just talk to her. I don't have to go visit the guy if she allows me to immediately.
Are you certain that you want to go alone to meet the queen?
Fennel can go with you.
Why not all of you? There's no problem with all of you coming to meet her. It's not often you all get to see royalty.
First Korthon
Unless they're
calls us
randomly at the
unemployed, and
beach.
this guy's calls us peasants. Shit, man.
Well,
Yeah, really, what is the session?
Calm down.
we met
For your
one
knowledge,
royal
Fennel is
person.
technically a noble.
Exactly.
We met one royal person, and they were not very nice to us. And they almost tried to kill us
No,
on the tip.
we met one royal person too, and he was nice
The
to us, and he
Queen.
played
Queen,
metal
the
wallet.
Triton
Ah,
Queen.
yeah, true.
Yeah, we met her. We met the prince guy and Alexia. Well, I
And
know
he was
that.
Yeah.
You guys didn't. You guys didn't. Technically.
So,
He just
for
called
his
us
knowledge, we met two royal
We do
people
meet
in the
royal-
span of 2 weeks.
We
No,
do
okay.
have a job, and we do beat royals.
So, do we not go to spite him, or...
I mean, I
Alright,
would
who's
like to
going
go.
with me then? Raise your hands.
Fennel will probably raise his hand if no one else is.
Fuck. Okay, I guess
I
I'll
am
go.
raising my hand. We are.
Alright.
Okay.
You guys aren't gonna leave me alone in a strange place. I guess I'll go too.
Well, you could go with the Dane, I guess.
Zuna?
You see Fennel translates. Well, I guess I could.
Alright, then we're all going, I guess.
No, all right, you are all coming. Well, enjoy your meal first. I don't want to interrupt it. And then when you are ready, we can head over. But take your time. And you see he just kind of... Let me know when you're ready, and I will escort you. And he just continues to kind of walk off and speak to himself as he's talking to the wind.
What a
This is more
nice
blood
man.
than I've ever seen in my entire life.
Has so much
And
money.
he just dropped it. Ah.
Yeah,
This could like
He had that in his
to
pocket.
college. What do you mean?
This could buy so many houses. So many.
These
I don't
people
need a
are
house.
rich. Speak for yourself.
Okay.
We should buy a house.
No,
We can rent it while we aren't there. We should buy a house.
We have Thodane's shop.
Yes, but that's
Yeah, where we sleep
should
in his
have
garage.
reassurance. Yeah.
By the way, about that, I'm going to start charging rent, so...
Alright, we're getting a house, guys.
Yeah, we should
I'm
get
joking, I'm
Okay.
joking.
Buying a
Stop.
house.
I'm joking.
Sleep
I
in an
had-
actual bed.
I've spoken to Kiv, and she said there's a letter for us. She's opened the fucking letter already, nosy bitch. And well, the letter, it said something along the lines of, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, from the reserve. Thank you for helping my husband get to health. Here's some plot of
Yeah,
land.
we did help with that.
Huh?
What? Land?
We have land now.
We have land now.
And out here, where?
That's like the worst
Oh,
place to have
Right,
land.
hold on, I wrote it down. And you see he pulls out his fucking notebook and he begins to look through it.
That's not the
All right,
worst
it
place
said-
to
It said, Ferex told us you had a hand in creating the potion that has helped curing Werthen's disease. In return for your service on the Cavalier and helping my beloved husband, we have reserved a piece of land for you on the water's edge. You may do as you see fit with the land, and we will help in constructing your vision for your future in Alexia. Forever thankful, Tessa and Werthen.
Are we gonna have a fucking beach house? Do we
That's
have a
what it
beach
says.
house
Where the
now?
fuck is water?
Well, there's no house yet. Well, it's not near. It's not right next. It's probably. You can probably be on there, not seawater.
So that's something we have to look forward to. More micromanaging. I'm gonna blow my fucking head off.
Well,
I don't know what's
can
about
pay.
that.
Hire
Look at all
someone.
the money we have. We can hire. Yeah. Look at all the money we just got.
Yeah, but I like doing things my way, so I don't know about
Well,
that.
it's not just your house.
Yeah, we all got it.
Hmm.
Also, we don't
Alright,
have a house yet.
okay.
We first have to build a house. We get to design our own house.
Well, that's cool. Or maybe we could
And
ask my
we can
father to
adopt
help.
so many animals.
We don't need to adopt
No,
any
but
animals.
the point is that anytime we come across a stray now that looks like it needs help, we can go, oh, nice, we can support that, and we
We
can.
have Carrie and Ven's animal things.
Yeah,
That's
Cherry-
yeah, but they don't need to be fed. They are not strays. They are not needing our
An
help.
eye pops out from the cloak of Fennel, and just the mouth curls out. So, does that mean I can have a piece of this land?
Did you help
I didn't say
creating
that.
the potion?
Well, I don't think we need to go into specifics like that.
Okay.
We can make you like a little place.
Did
for
I
us,
save you and help you and do everything for you?
yeah? It's kind of-
Yeah, and we promised you safe. Oh, yeah, no, you can totally move in with us.
You can have the basement.
Jesus.
Nice.
No!
She
Oh.
she wants the basement.
Oh,
I
okay.
prefer the attic if there is one.
Yes,
Well, we
Yeah, of
haven't
course, we
built
can-
it
we can
anything
build
yet,
an
so we
attic.
can have, yeah,
we can build an attic.
Hmm.
We can even make it like one of those attics with like giant windows that point upwards to the sky, so you can be in the attic and look outside. It's going to be. It's going to be beautiful.
It'll be so funny. We're talking about building a house, and it's literally just like our land is like 1 cubic square. And that's it.
1 square meter,
It's big enough for an outhouse, and that's it.
like one of those public toilet fucking
Mhm.
things.
But we can build something that like goes high up. We can be like an endless staircase. And then you can have an attic,
Jesus.
I guess.
Oh my god.
It would be nice if I managed to get my family's memories back. My father could help with the construction.
Yes. That's lovely.
Oh, hopefully. We might build it before that happens, so I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll have to see when we get back.
Yeah. Not on the top priority list currently. The house, not the project thing. Anyway. Are we all done?
But it's a nice
Ready
thing.
to go?
Okay.
Let's go.
You finish up your meal, ready to go, following behind Ortavo as he guides you through the several sections of Zeftal. It is divided between garden and cityscape, almost like pieces. Similar to what Transvalar is, where it's dedicated to different sections. Every other section is garden. Luscious tree-like space where you can see all matter of strange animals long extinct, kept here and preserved in a space that is controlled, a place for them to live in a natural habitat that isn't being poached or destroyed by natural environments. You go around and around, and eventually you arrive at the final one, where you can see this huge, large palisade with a wall surrounding a very medieval castle, but built for giants, huge and encompassing. And the center building just has this very jagged spire-like design to it that almost resembles a kind of mosaic of glass that just kind of fractals out into different areas and patterns and kind of stands out from the rest of the buildings here. You see guards, storm giants in heavy armor standing and patrolling back and forth along the tops of the walls. They themselves look menacing as they have no emotion across their face, and they are huge in comparison to the rest of you. Standing next to one, you feel your arms almost have the hairs on them begin to rise upwards as the static field just kind of causes this elevation in each one of you. But the gates are opened as Ortavo approaches. My camera's frozen, but it doesn't matter because we're going to pick this up next session. No need for me to describe everything now, as I'll have to describe it again later. But you have arrived in Zeftal, and here we are, ready to go for the next session.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay, no
let's hope
terrorist
this time.
attacks.
Let's hope this
For now.
time meeting Zeftar royalty goes better than last time.
It won't.
No, it will.
It
There's
won't.
almost no way it can go worse. How?
Manifesting.
It's
There's
Thimra.
no way
It's
it can- yeah, but
Thimra.
there's
We are meeting Thimra.
there's no worse way we could end with her. Okay, there is almost unless we kill her personally.
You
That- I
say
guess that would be
this now. You
There is
say this
nothing
now.
we could do that is worse than what we did last time. Okay,
Something's gonna piss her off.
We messed up
Well-
so badly last time.
We will
can't
find
do
out next time. But we'll end the session there. Thank you very much for watching, everyone, and thank you for the players for playing in the game. Thank you.
Aw.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you
You
for
for
DMing.
DMing, Max.
And fuck you, Frey, for not coming. JK. I love you.
He's holding us here against our will.
He's not even gonna hear this because he doesn't watch them back, man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very true. He does
Well,
never.
well.
He won't.
He
You gotta
won't.
ask him,
For
like,
real.
pretty please with cherries on top, and then he'll do it.
Cherry on
It has
top.
to
Also,
be you.
I like
But
that.
icing
I like that the reserved us land. That's really funny.
Shut
I
up.
That's what
appreciate
they
it.
do.
But he said that. He said that. He does
Yeah.
literally he wrote that in the letter and was like, haha. You cannot tell me.
No.
He did not tell
Okay,
me.
okay.
But anyway,
Oh, God.
thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. And hopefully the party don't fuck up with the Queen. Because that would be
Thanks.
fun.
No,
'Cause that
no,
would
it
be fun.
wouldn't. No,
Stop it.
like I said,
Stop it.
I don't want to mess up
So-
again with her. I don't want to mess
Okay.
up again.
All right. Well, see you next
Okay.
time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, bye, bye.